Yes. Yes. Here we go. I think. Now I gotta advertise this everywhere to everyone. Or else people will not know about my stream that has just gone up. However will they know? It's simple, they won't. Unless I advertise by saying, come watch my stream. Now I need to fetch me some links. Put in this Twitter post. Link for the Twitch. The link for the YouTube stream. But also the link for the Picarto stream. All of the links are here now. I need now an evocative and delicious piece of art that will attract everyone. Now, which one though? There's a few. There's a bunch. This one will do. I'm sure people will love it. Also, the pictures help. Make sure that people see it. Also, let's be smart. Let's copy paste this. Or rather, copy for now and then paste it on Fur Affinity and Patreon. That's why everyone gets a chance to know just what kind of debauchery is going on here. Patreon post image. Sure, why not? Sure, it can't be that bad. Let's post image on Patreon saying, stream, art stream. There we go. Art stream happening now. All caps. Gotta make sure that everyone thinks this is a scam by urging them to action really fast. Let's put one exclamation mark there as well. Publish on Patreon. There we go. Do the same on Fur Affinity. Find the art. Post it. Upload it. Put the text. Art stream now. Happening now. Happening. I can't type. Happening now. And yes, that should do it, I think. Oh, yes. Oh, good. It works. Okay, now I go back to the streams and hope for everyone to be here. All the 3 streams, Now for the next part, which is to pop out all of the chats for Twitch. Oh boy. Have that open there. Open the pop-out chat for YouTube. Another window. And the pop-out chat for Picarto. Picarder. And also drag it to the corner. Corner, quote unquote. And have all of the 3 chat windows in here. For some reason the Twitch chat window is so thin. 14 doesn't get enough nutrition. Alright. It was a tricky one, but I got it going. A stream is happening, yay! I don't know if anyone is there watching already, but hi, if you are. Before I truly, really, fully go on with the stream, I would like you all to let me know about the stream quality, because this little colored square keeps blinking red, which probably indicates that there's something wonky going on with the stream quality, and I can't quite tell if it is good or not, so I'll need you all to tell me, like, how's the audio, how's the everything, and also how are you all? Please tell, I need guidance. In fact, I'll need to fully look over these stream settings. Oh, I need to change that as well. Oh no. Nothing's working. Oh no. Oh boy, oh fun. Oh neat. Oh joy. Alright, now that's going on. For some reason, nobody seems to watch on YouTube anyway, so I'll just have the YouTube stream chat a little bit minimized so I can read, I can see the audio output to know when I'm muted or not. And have these windows all over the place here. There we go. Okay. Hi there, Bad Aim Raccoon. Hi there, Aware Bear. Nice to see you here. Hi there, Meta. Great to see all of you here. Hope the stream quality is good, by which I mean the audio is good, the music's not too loud or too low. There is music playing, by the way, if in case it is too low and you can't hear it. And hope that there's no stuttering going on, because like I said, the colored square keeps blinking red, and that's usually not good. So, time to yeah, do the drawings. Don't know who will be showing and when they'll be showing, but it's time to art. It's time to art, specifically by sketching up this page. These couple pages, 15 and 16. It would be good if I remembered how to sketch. It's been a while. And there's no stuttering on Twitch or nor Picardo. That's good. That's ideal even. Okay. So, 2 pages, 15 and 16. About-ish the same idea with them. Things are going down and I need a trove of characters. The first character that I'll need is this Hobgoblin boy showing up in here, in one of those 2 positions. And I'll need another boy. I think I had decided that there will be a half-orc. I just need to come up with a half-orc real quick, so I can get to drawing. So half orc, let's see. Thickish brows, I think. Ought to do the trick. Did I say orc or half orc? Doesn't matter all that much, it's just orc boy. What else? Yeah, this character here, the orc, is going to be a throwaway character, as are most of them. Spoiler alert. So I don't really need to put a whole lot of thought into their design. Which isn't necessarily a matter of laziness, but rather a matter that if you make a character too visually distinct, you are subtly telling the audience, the reader, the viewer, the whoever is experiencing your work, you're telling that person that, hey, this character matters because they are visually distinct. But if they don't, then like, oh no, why would you deceive me in such a way? So probably wide chin, big jaw, strong jaw, orcish ear, and hair. Deal is good. Or not, I have not yet had a bold character show up in this comic, so throwaway orc number 3 can definitely be it. There we go. Okay. This is going to be the throwaway orc boy for the next couple of pages. And since I'm trying to get a little bit more practice with different races, the actual throwaway boy is going to be the hobgoblin. So this here will be the Goblin boy. Make sure the right layers are selected. That can cause all kinds of problems in the future for me. Oh my. Also, hello there, Azazel. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. As for me, doing well. I wish. I'm actually doing quite fine today. Just slightly excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a... Oh. For the whole weekend, rather. It's going to be a... I think it's going to be an interesting one. Perhaps, hopefully. Who knows? Also, hey there, Rowan. How's it going? Hopefully you're doing good. And also, how about you, Coda Bear? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Also, I'm really concerned that there's none of you can hear me. I don't know if you can or cannot, because answers are not being had. fact, that is something I should check up on. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Aware, for letting me know. I can be heard. Or I can on Picardo at least. It would be good if okay, you can also hear me on Twitch. Good. I can be heard globally. How's the audio coming out? The music that it should be playing in the background. Good, I hope. I mean, hearable. Alright, I still didn't manage to get that fixed? Or is it beyond fixing at this point? Because I wouldn't doubt that could be the case. Music levels are good, great. You can hear the music, it's pretty quiet though. I don't doubt that. I did lower the music to volume 5 on Groove Music. I can raise it up to 10. There you go. Just gotta make sure now that it's not louder than my own voice. I don't think so, no. Well, in any case, how are you all doing today? How have your guys' weeks been? And also, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm drawing some Dungeons and Dragons comic as it happens. Dungeons and Dragons, I say, but not really. Some medieval fantasy inspired comic book. You know, we say Dungeons and Dragons for brand recognition, but actually it's very, like, laterally, adjacently related to Dungeons and Dragons. Uses none of the official material stuff, like names and well, the names, the settings, you know, the copyrighted stuff. Uses none of that. And again, I'm a silly boy, so who knows? And as later, you got a hectic week going on as well. Oh no. Hopefully it hasn't been too hectic. What has caused such chaos in your life? Hopefully not the World Cup. Because I know that that's going to cause some chaos here tomorrow. For a number of reasons. Reason number one is just that people are going to be loud. And with loudness comes the inability to really be able to rest or concentrate on anything else while the game is going on. Because Brazil is playing tomorrow at noon my time. But also, now that the qualifier rounds are over, every single match now is an elimination match, so if the team that loses is just out of the World Cup, period. And I'm not sure who Brazil is playing tomorrow, but whoever it is that they're playing, if said person gets, well, if they win, Brazil gets eliminated, and then everyone in Brazil will remember that, oh yeah, we should be mad about the politics. And then all of that kerfuffle will get back into the forefront of everyone's daily lives. Which isn't particularly bad. We should be concerned about politics, but could wait until I'm not in a day where I have to go out and about. And it's nothing to do with the World Cup, just paperwork. I'd imagine. I mean, in the end, it all goes back to the to bureaucracy. It's the thing that worries us all. It's what everyone's concerned about and will be concerned for a long while. So I don't know why exactly, but I decided that this Hobgoblin guy here would have a the same superpower as Captain Planet, according to the Wikipedia article about him or them, I don't know. Which is that Captain Planet, one of Captain Planet's superpower is to have a mullet. So this guy has a mullet, which is a hairstyle that has not been current for the past 2.5 decades now, I would guess. Then again, I could be wrong. I never really followed up on current fashion, but oh no, the bots! Man, the bots didn't waste any time today, huh? The Twitch bots, rather. Well, you guys over there on Picardo are fine, it's just the Twitch people who are saying bots. Boy, let's go. Let's do art as it is. And Awareberry would not call it a superpower though, even though he does have a mullet. Well, that's the thing I said. The Wikipedia article for Captain Planet describes his mullet as a superpower. Arguably it is not one, but I mean, it's on the Wikipedia. If it's on Wikipedia, it's cannot be debated. It's the absolute truth. That's how the Wikipedia works. Everything there is the absolute utmost truth. Even though it can be edited by anyone without any permission or you know, clearance levels, anyone can just go and edit it. Still, if it's on Wikipedia, it's the absolute truth. Also, hello there, Bruising Wolf, welcome. I have not seen you around in a while. How are you doing? And also, thank you for the for subscribing. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Resubscribing even, I think. And Coda Bear, thank you so very much. And if you're leaving, have a good one. See you when I see you. and thanks for stopping by. So, in my former planning phase for this comic, I was looking around as in what kind of clothing would these medieval fantasy people be wearing? These mercenaries, for lack of a better word, guards, caravan guards. What would they be wearing? And my answer was probably they would be wearing the cheapest and most readily available piece of defensive armor that is also, you know, most cost-effective armor for someone that's expected to walk around or be in armor for a very lengthy period of times. The trustworthy Gambesson. Ever popular Gambesson. Because according to my research, on Wikipedia of course, it is pretty dang great. People seem to have been all the rage about it. Embracing, you have been busy. I know, I have not heard from you in absolutely forever. But I hope you have been good. Every now and then I remember you exist and then I think, oh, I should say hi. But then I remember that other things exist as well. I'm like, oh no. Responsibilities. I have to tend to them. And then I'm just all over the place. It's life. And Breezy, you said that I tend to be more active when you're about to sleep. Well, that's kinda true, yeah. I mean, I do wake up late, but by late I mean noonish. But I'm still around and about most of the day, and I'm still waking up and touching grass and all those wholesome things that I forget to just be around and about and say hi to everyone. So this would be Orc Boy. Orc Boy has angry brows. Permanent angry browns, even. Ish, I guess. Permanent-ish angry brows. And I gave him the big Chungus nose as well. I mean, I don't know what this type of nose is called, but I know it has a name. I just can't remember. Because, like, there are words floating around in my head. One of them is hook, but I don't think that's right. So I don't even know. Also, the other day I was having just the weirdest, craziest realization. That most fantasy races have the pointy ears for no decent reason, as far as I can tell. So I was pondering, like, what the hell's up with that? And I was also going on a rant to the person that I was talking about it, on how every single book, every single D&D book released under the sun has added a new flavor of elf. to the game. Which is a lie, not every book has done that. But in most books they do reiterate races and they do go and say, oh yes, elves, they're definitely here. So, me ranting about, oh yes, all of these 300 flavors of elf around and about, I was looking further at some of the races available in like D&D species now, in D&D, and I realized that, oh yes, if you stretch the truth a little bit, much like some people do on Wikipedia, you can consider gnomes to be small elves. Because otherwise they're like pointed ear magical creatures of Fayish origin. Well, in some worlds and lores they are of Fayish origin. In some others they are of just underground origin, I guess. But tend to have pointy ears and magical abilities, unlike dwarves, for some reason. And aware, you said that a lot of animals have pointy ears, so maybe humans are the rare rounded ear occurrences. I'll disagree, because as far as I recall, hyenas have round ears. But I will also agree because yes, there's a truckload of animals with pointed ears out and about in nature. Yeah, maybe we are the freaks. Not because we have round ears, but because we don't have fur. Unlike pretty much every other animal. And elves are supposed to be the superior beings, so you'd imagine the pointed ears are the better way to go. Is that so? I mean... And they were being written... I wonder now what kind of reasoning was given behind, oh yes, elves have pointy ears, therefore they're better. Or they're better, therefore pointy ears. Not just say that that's wrong, just I ponder and wonder like, And I don't think they're supposed to be superior like overall. Because in a lot of stories it's just like stories, quote unquote. Elves are just big old little pranksters. Who just go around pranking people and no. Just doing their elvish best. But then there came a bloke and said, no, they're beautiful, they're great, they're amazing. I think I don't know. I'm just saying things and expecting that you all take them as utmost facts. Much like whenever someone writes something on Wikipedia. Alright. Very broad chin for Orc Boy. Strong jaw for Orc Boy, which is not looking like it because his head looks too narrow. Now it looks better. There we go. Likewise, give him a Gambison and be done with it. Actually, just to make his lack of hair even more distinct, let's give him very bushy eyebrows. Just because. And aware, you think that not a single thing I've said have been wrong. Everything I said was true, even my opinions are correct. Oh my lord. My opinions are not correct, just the ones I put out there into the world. Most of them happen to be very wrong. Well, I think so, at least. I didn't put those opinions out there to have them be challenged to think on whether or not, maybe with this new perspective that has been presented, now I see the error of my ways. I was wrong all along. But then again, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just saying words. Bro, I had never thought about it. About what? Elves? Or gnomes being small elves? I had thought of making a joke here in this comic saying like, yes, gnomes are actually half elves, much like, you know, halflings are called that because they're half the size of a person ish. So it's like, instead of saying little persons, they go and say, you're halflings. Because half human is weird. Imagine they didn't want to go down that route back then. So they said halflings, and I was thinking, what about half elves? But instead of, you know, expecting a human with slightly pointed ears and slightly longer longevity there, you just actually see a gnome. Like, wait a second. I've been deceived. And Rowan, it's good that it's never crossed your mind, because that's a silly thing to think. And I'm silly for thinking such things. But alas, is what I do to occupy my mind during the day, is think about things. Don't even want to know about the other things I've been thinking to occupy my mind. Or even worse, not the things I've been thinking, but the things I've been doing to occupy my mind and my body. Unaware, you thought halflings were half elves. You don't know. You only ever played like 1 hour of D&D in your life. Oh. Rectify that and play some more. It's an amazing game. High replay value. And Breezing says, okay, going to bed now. This early? Oh my goodness. And remember, way back in the day, before the Portuguese elf translations, they were called duendes. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, I always wonder why we don't see that being used around, that word being used around. I've always thought like, it's weird that that's something that's missing, but I see and I love it. Thank you. I'll go mad with knowledge. Oh yeah, now I know why I've been sketching so slow. I'm using the thin brush. That's the brush for details. I don't want details, I want big shapes, big forms, big quick brush strokes. And also because I'm talking, it's harder to focus on getting the sketch right when you do so much talking and borking around and about. Not that it's a bad thing, it's just multitasking is hard. But when you're using a thin brush to do sketching, you can't help but to think about details. So you force yourself not to think about details by using a brush in which it's very hard, if not impossible, to focus on the details, such as a very broad brush. In that case, it's very hard to concentrate on details, which means that you just go with like a gut feeling of how does the silhouette feels. And you're good. More often than not. I think and hope. Or at least that's what I have observed throughout my artistic journey and experiences. As they say, your mileage may vary. But I say they because we don't use miles here in Brazil. We use kilometers, so your kilometrage might vary. And also your mileage may vary is a very car-centric country thing to say. And Rowan says that your internet is oscillating a lot. In 20 minutes you'll be back. Alright. In 20 minutes I'll still be here, finishing this damn hand. Which was a last minute addition. I didn't originally think to have it here. But hey, AwareBear, if you don't mind, can you tell me a little bit more about your previous D&D experience? I'm curious. There's a morbid curiosity within me that thinks, how did everyone else's experiences at this hobby go? Couldn't possibly have gone alright if you left so shortly thereafter. I'm now also seeing a new problem. I'll need references for skeletons because I don't know how to draw them. Skeleton and undead. Oh shucks. Didn't think that through, did I? Also, it's wow. Just the thought of it was enough to make me gag. To really draw very good looking, quote unquote, accurate looking undead creatures like zombies and skeletons, I would need to go into the internet and say like, hey Google, show me some cadavers, why don't you? And I don't want to. So I think I'll just, just go with realistic zombie makeup. I think that's a safer Google search term to throw into the algorithms. And Aware, your D&D experience was very bad. I played with your friends, they didn't properly tell you the rules. Same with me, my first D&D experience. And you wanted to make an edgy kind of mid-alignment character. They put you in the middle of their campaign where you had to fight up against one of the friend's characters. That usually doesn't happen. You were assured that if you killed him, he would be resurrected. So in the proper alignment of your character, you was like, alright, I'll kill him. And all of your friends got mad at you that you killed him and that he couldn't be resurrected and that the guy was lying or whatever, and you were pissed and hated it. Oh boy. But the one good thing that came out of that was the story concept for your character that eventually led to the creation of your first comic story. That's good. Good-ish silver lining. Did that, is that the one comic you had shown me that you never published around and about? Because that looked good, from what I remember. And also, surprisingly or not, we have had very similar first time D&D experiences, it would seem. To nobody's surprise, the first time I played D&D was in 2015, and then I never played again until 2019, when I finally got into the game. I had published the first act of that comic and I moved on. But that comic, you published under a different pen name, I believe. Right? Okay, so this is meant to be the Hobgoblin. So, droopy goblin ears, big pointy goblinoid nose, not noise. Noise is what happens in the ears. There's very expression going on with him. Also, I absolutely screwed up. I should have done lettering first. You always do lettering first, because so then you know how much space you have got to work with. Then you don't spend time and energy drawing stuff outside of the good areas. But yeah, I ignored one of the major things about comic making. Or rather, I forgot about one of the first most important things about comic making. But yes, nonetheless. Mullet. Everyone's favorite superpower. And I don't know, at this point in my life, I do think that a mullet might be a superpower, because like, I'm youngish and I'm already balding. I have been balding since I was even younger. I've been balding since like I was 25, so essentially I can't grow hair that well or that consistently. So being able to have this big and long hair is a superpower, like it or not. So this is the point where you go, Captain Planet, you're my hero, you can grow hair. You can do the one thing I wish I did. But I just... Also, I've spent some hours, by hours I mean 1 3/4 of an hour, building up this playlist with musics that I already had in my computer. And I don't even know if we'll reach the end of the playlist by the time I'm done with the stream, because it's I put like 130 songs, which, you know, if every song plays for at least 4 minutes, that's like hundreds and hundreds of minutes, which is hours, and don't know that I'll be streaming for that many hours. The idea is to try to. The reality is far different. And aware, you're still terrible with your speech bubble and dialogue placement, but you can grow a beard. All you need is beard. That is true, yeah. I agree with that. And if you can pull off a mullet, maybe your superpower is pulling off a mullet. I'll give you that much. Yeah, maybe that's what the that's what the Captain Planet Wikipedia article was actually talking about. That the superpower was not being able to grow a mullet, but rather pull off having a mullet. And there's a great art book that I have, quote-unquote art book. It's called Framed Ink by Marco Mateus Mastri, which is a book on how this guy, who's an absolute beast of art, goes about making his compositions and drawing using things like perspective, negative space, some chiaroscuro art techniques, and the power of Satan, because it's impossible to draw that well for any human being, and yet he does. So not impossible, but you get what I mean. It's just, I don't see how someone can draw that well. And there's one thing that he does horribly well, like astoundingly well, which is faces. This guy draws tremendously great faces. They are super expressive and super well rendered, to the point that even with very little in the way of like, even if he's doing a high contrast art with very big blocks of chunks of just black ink blocking out the shape and the silhouette of things, he can still give a very, 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 very large amount of emotion to any face that he's drawing, and it always astounds me. And if there's one thing I really wish, is that I was able to draw faces as good as Marco Mateus Mastri does, because that guy is just is the man when it comes to art, for me at least. And it's kind of a guilty pleasure to read, well, read, quote unquote, because I don't think his prose is all that great. Or he definitely does like that rest of the owl thing, where it's like, here, start with these blobs and then finish with this beautifully rendered illustration. It's simple. Everyone can do it. his writing style is very much that, but so I don't really read through the book. I just mostly look through the art, and the art is pretty dang great. And that's really what I get out of reading those, going through those books, is the whole, oh man, this art looks so great. I aspire to one day be able to do stuff like this, or hey, maybe I've been kind of hitting a stump and I want to try something different. Maybe I'll try doing something a little bit more like this, and it really helps. Also, welcome back, Rowan. Also, every now and then I'll have to do little tiny baby breaks throughout the whole drawing process, which has a bit to do with the fact that I have an injured wrist and I can't quite just draw non-stop like I used to do. I need to take short breaks to rest the old hand. But in the meanwhile, why don't you all let me know how you are doing, have been doing even, for the past, how long has it been? Yeah, I've been streaming for nearly an hour. How have you all been doing for this near-ish an hour? Hopefully good. Hopefully you all have been finding the meaning to life. Or at least to life today. This past hour. Also, hello there, Gemma. How's it going? Amato, you're operating within normal parameters. So great. And the robots join the chat. Which is ironic because Meta is the moderator who bans the bots in Twitch, but who knows, he was the robot all along. Also, hey there, Tiger. How's it going? Gamma, your brain has been fried around this time of the day during weekdays for the past few weeks. Oh no. All you IT people doing your IT things. It can be good for the head. Or the soul. And aware you have had a rough time focusing on arting. I think that was me last week. And the week prior. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to really stop and focus on the art. You end up focusing on other things. Or rather, unable to focus on art, your mind just wanders. And you need something to ground yourself, I suppose. Ow. And Gamma, you started a course that the company you work for is paying for. Oh, so did they ask you to do the course, or are you doing that just because? Also, that's a great way to turn your brain into mush real fast. Well, I wouldn't know much about it anyways. I'm not an IT person, but that's the slight feeling I get. Oh yeah, I also had a... Now all of a sudden this hand feels a touch too big. Whole arm, rather. Okay, I need to do the lettering. Before I move on to further on with everything else. And Gamma, you sign up for it, but also has the possibility of a promotion, so... I suppose I can endure a few weeks and or months of having mush brain. That means I get to earn more money in the future. Man, that's a weird thing about the world of being an artist, is that at no point ever will I get the opportunity of getting a promotion. I mean, if I work as in art as I do now. If I worked under a studio, then yeah, I would probably go from illustrator to like art director or whatever. But as a freelance, quote-unquote, furry indie comic book illustrator, I'll never get a promotion. Because there's no one to promote me. Which is a weird thought. And Gamma says not only money, but also being better at what you do. Wow, that's a very... It's a very wholesome way of thinking about it. I suppose that you are right. That is how we should be thinking about those things. Is, hey, in the end of the day, I'm gonna be better at what I do, and not boil it all down to money and finances. And Aware says no, but it's possible to earn more at any moment. Oh yeah, that is also true. In a way, I don't get promoted, but... Well, I don't get promoted in the sense of now I have climbed up the hierarchy step ladders of corporate world, but rather I get promoted in that my name reaches further and wider, and now there's more people who know of me and more people who would be willing to pay for for my work, which in essence means more demand for my limited supply. Which is good, I suppose. I mean, a good metric. And Gamma, you said you don't get a promotion, but get better at your craft. Very fancy. I think whenever people say craft, not that it's wrong, it's just that whenever people say craft, I always think about like tangible things. And digital art is anything but tangible. And also, not necessarily just tangible things, but things that usually requires a proper workshop to do. Like, let me get my saw blade. I need to cut some pieces of plywood. And I can't do that on my cramped living room. But in the end, yeah, digital art is a craft like any other. I suppose it's also that, you know, yeah, all of those intangible, quote-unquote, mediums of art, like writing and doing art, are stuff that you can start doing pretty much whenever. There's a very low entry barrier, so to speak, so anyone can get started with that, which is great, but also makes you feel like, well, if you're not really setting up a whole workshop to do the thing, are you truly really crafting? Answer is yes, you are, but my brain is weird. And Aware, you gotta head off now, Dougie. You have a good stream. Well, thank you, Aware, for showing up, for talking, and I hope you have a good one. See you when I see you. And have a good one. Bagels on Twitch chat says, don't worry, I'll print it out. Please don't. I mean, I can't really stop you from printing, but... don't even know how to go about that. I'm as of late, I've still been thinking like, oh, maybe I should get into this whole printing and going to places to show off my work kind of deal. But you have to put up a whole lot of money on the whole, I'm going to print stuff, and then put a whole lot more money on the whole, I'm going to go to the place. This weekend, this past weekend now, the weekend of the 3rd and the 4th, I think, when Midwest Fur Fest, I think, was going on, or MFF as people call it. That same weekend that MFF was going on over there in the state in which that happens. Here in Brazil, we had Comic-Con experience going on, and there were a lot of people just going nuts about all kinds of things Comic-Con related. And so, like, the actors who are playing, what's his name again? Oh boy, I don't remember the name of the guy. Something Pascal. Bella Ramsey, who are going to be playing Joel and Ellie in the Last of Us TV adaptation for HBO. They were there giving like an interview or a talk or something. They were there to promote the show and so. A new trailer for that Hogwarts Legacy game was also displayed there. There was a lot going on in this Comic-Con experience here in Brazil. And it's a very big event. I have been to once and stayed for an hour or two, I think. It was very big. It was very very neat, very nice seeing so much, but also incredibly claustrophobic with the amount of people and things there are. And I saw some posts of a Brazilian furry who tried to expose their stuff there at Comic-Con Experience, and they couldn't quite get things printed in time because apparently the graphical service that they hired didn't deliver. They just absolutely borked the whole process. And I was thinking like, oh yeah, if I plan myself around very well and get started very early, I could potentially show off my stuff at the Comic-Con Experience next year. Which would be interesting. Or potentially a headache and a half to plan around for. But oh well. I never done that kind of stuff before. There's no one that I don't personally know anyone that has done that before, so I really don't know how to even approach such an endeavor. And Tiger says, need to do it. I would. If I had the courage. And Jasper Huxley, hey there. Welcome to the stream. How's it going with you? And Gamma says BFF. Oh yeah, I also need to go to Brazil for Fest and do that. I was going to go this year, but right in the week that it was happening, I think like I was about to go on like Saturday. That's when it was going on, I think it was like Friday or Saturday, but on the Wednesday that week I got sick, or started getting sick, and I was like, well, that sucks, I got a cold, that's no fun. But I also did not know if it could potentially be COVID, so I decided, well, I'm not gonna go, I'm just gonna stay here. And I ended up being sick for like 2 weeks. It wasn't COVID, but I just was sick forever, so it's a good thing I didn't go. And Gamma says, I know someone who did, but in another country. I need to know someone who has done it here in Brazil, because then everything is applicable, like who they went to, who they talked to, how was the process, everything is applicable. If it's in another country, there might be some differences that I don't know about. Even if it's like a completely different event, everything is just headaches. And Jasper says, looking good so far, you are. Reeling from last night's massive amount of food. Well, don't eat too much. You're gonna explode if you do. And that would be very, very, very bad. I think. Some people like explosions, so maybe Michael Bay would be into that, but ideally and usually I think it's a bad deal if you do end up exploding, so don't do that. Alright, so 2 things are gonna happen now. First, I'm going to mute myself, because then I'm going to munch on some food while I work on the lettering I have to put on the lettering for this page and the next page, just that so, like I said, I have a very good idea of where I can place these characters and where not to place the characters. So those are the things I'm going to do. I'm going to mute myself to munch on some food and then do this. So for the next few minutes I'll be muted. Let me but I'll still be reading chat, so feel free to say whatever you feel like saying and is on your mind, and I'll be right back. In voice, that is.
didn't think I deserved any better. No simple escape from the black. My muscles were sore from the weight that I bore on my back. But you banished the shadows when you opened the door. The light flooded in and I wasn't so scared anymore. So now I'll rattle the demons and make them afraid. And I will shout, grant me 10 paces, and they'll draw arms whichever they choose. It might not shine, but I'll defend what's mine, 'cause this may be the one fight I can't lose. Thought that nothing could catch me, thought that I was too fast. Then you were beside me and I guess I stood still at last. One day
Alright. I have just finished filling my face with food, so I'm back to be able to voice. Hi. Lots of people have said lots of things. Over on the Twitch chats, Gamma, you gotta head out. Have a good comic making time. I will, thank you very much. Felix Boltwood, hi and welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying yourself and having a good day. And Brian, thank you so very much for those delicious bits of yours. And don't worry, work will be over soon. It always ends, but then it begins again. But then again, that's the cycle in which we live. Triple Boy, hello there. Feel free to lurk around and about, and yeah. I've decided to do an art stream today, just to, you know, yeah, share my work with people. I feel like people like that, so here I am. Good to see you, by the way. And also, there you are, my delicious boyo. Welcome to the stream, Hignus. And I love those little bulk emotes, especially in this here page, in which we do have a chimkin right here. This chicken has seen things. To all of you, how are you all doing? How have you been? And what's popping, as they say? However, over at the Picardo chat, hello there, Big Pa Wolf, and also Dobie Shep and Ray's Ventus. Hi, welcome to the stream. Today is the day in which I do the arts and drink the waters. How have you all been doing? How have your time zones and weeks overall been thus far? And sorry for the delay, those of you who joined just about now. I was, like previously mentioned, oh no, this is in the wrong layer. I was filling my face with food because it's been dinner time for some hours now, and I've been delaying dinner. But now I was starting to get hungry. So I decided to have some foods that I had about. Now that my hands are free again, I can. Well, my hands have been free. I've been throwing the text, but now that my mouth is free again, I can go back to talking. So hi everyone. And Ray's Ventus, you're just playing Final Fantasy XIV over there. Nice. Are you winning? And Red Laurent, hey there, welcome to the stream. You're watching the stream and baking cookies. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought? They said that Avengers Infinity Wars was the most ambitious crossover ever, but have they ever heard about watching a stream and baking cookies? I don't think they have. I don't know who is there and who is not there, insofar as the streams goes, because lots of folks around and about. But, hi, those of you who are here for the first time. My name is Doug. Welcome. I'm working on some comic pages for my for my current comic called Menagerie of Misfits, which I'm posting every Friday new pages for freely for everyone at Furfinity, Twitter, and at my own website, douglas-kim.com. There is, however, the opportunity for you to read ahead if you want by signing up to my Patreon. There's a link down below, but you can also just go to patreon.com/DouglasKim. Then you can find your you can find the pages 8 through 14 of the comic. Currently, there's only page 1 through 7 available freely, but the rest are available there on Patreon because, like I said, I'm posting them ahead on Patreon. If you want to support me and read ahead, go and support me there. And also, for now, you also get to double the amount of pages because I'm posting. How many is it again? 2 pages per week on Patreon, as opposed to 1 page per week everywhere else. Man, I cannot multitask. You're kidding me? This is impossible. I can't even English correctly. I'm Big Paw Wolf. You're enjoying watching the stream tonight. Nice. Hope you're having a good one. And Ignos, you said, did you post the Twitch link on Facebook? I did not post it on Facebook. I should post it on Facebook. Just gets a little bit weird because, I mean, the stream is in English and the people that are following me on Facebook are just Portuguese-speaking people. But I suppose you're right. I should never limit my audience if the idea is precisely to get everyone involved up in my business. So let me go and do that real quick. And also post a little drawing to attract the peeps. And yeah, hopefully it'll make the rounds. One can dream. All right. What else? Yeah, that's correctly, Jasper. Douglas-kim.com. I should actually post the link here on both ends. Except that, surprise, surprise, Picardo doesn't automatically convert text into links, so I'm sorry. There are links down below in the profile page. You can easily, quickly follow those. Sorry about that little inconvenience. And thanks for the heads up, my love. Yeah, this face looks right. It doesn't quite look as right as I thought. I think it's too tall. And ultimately, actually, yeah, I should select the whole head, all of it, including the ears. Deselect the face, and then shrink it a touch. There we go. Now it looks less like a tower. More like a face of a hobgoblin. Also, hello there, a lot of spies. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh yeah, gosh dang it, I keep forgetting how hobgoblins' noses work. They're just such a wild little things. Big things even. They're super long. And super pointy. It's nuts. Well, default hobgoblin noise, that is. A lot of spices said that you're good, which is great. School's been kicking your ass downwards, upwards, diagonally, and four-dimensionally, but you're good. Well then, that's not as good, but hey, hope you're managing just fine despite all that nonsense. In case you need some time to rest and chill, feel free to stick around for however long you're comfortable sticking around for. And Ray's over to Picardo says, transfer your question before us. Yes, I have been. Ben? What? Winning? At Final Fantasy? Or... or at life? Which... I don't know enough about well, hobgoblin noses apparently. Actually, this does not look good. But I don't know also much about Final Fantasy XIV either to see how things have been up to since I stopped playing a decade and a half ago. Lo and behold, I have been playing Final Fantasy XIV since 2007. Or at least I stopped playing 2007, started playing 2001. When the game did not even exist. And... so good. Great. Glad to hear it. Now, since you have been winning, could you please describe to me, because I'm a noob at the scope of MMOs. How does one win at Final Fantasy XIV? I would like to understand and know. This doesn't look like the same guy at all. What am I doing wrong here? Is this nose? Is it not goblinoidish enough? And Raze, you want me to define winning? Oh my goodness. How does... what would I describe as winning? Have you engaged with the game whereupon it has an objective and the objective has been fulfilled? The objective might be set by you and or it might be set by the game. Whichever is the case, have you reached said objective? Because if so, then yeah, you are winning. Or that would be my definition of win, I think. And Big Paw Wolf at Picardo says, what? You You don't know about the award-winning Final Fantasy that is free to play the Heavensward expansion? I actually do. I was half joking there. I do know of it, and I have played it before, but it was like back in 2018, I think. It's been a hot minute since I last played. In fact, I don't think that the Heavensward expansion was out when I played. If I'm not mistaken, that's the one where they added the dragon people race, right? I think that expansion was about to come out when I stopped playing. Yeah. And I have played some of that forever ago and fell out of touch with it. Not because it was a bad game, but I fell out of touch with it because it expects me to pay a monthly fee. And I am not made of money. I'm a starving artist. I'm actually not at all the target audience for this kind of games where you have to pay to keep playing. Oh well. And also hello there, 104 at Twitch chat. It is yes. I have returned for a brief moment. I have decided to do an impromptu stream to showcase art for my new ongoing comic even, that is already available to read should you want to. How have you been doing? How have you been going on about with your life? And Ray's over at Picardo chat says, well, you can say that me not dying in the game, then yes. And think it was either Heavensward or Stormblood. I would not know at all. I have absolutely no idea. But it was one of those expansions, yeah. Speaking of which, hello there, Necroroy over at Twitch chat. Welcome to the stream. So, Palito. How have you been doing? And also, you are potentially the resident expert on Final Fantasy XIV. In which expansion have they added the dragon people? The player race. Dragon, quote unquote. And 104 says, Return of the Lost Dog Son. Not really. I haven't been lost. I've just been having a horrible, lousy life. For the past. In the past years since I stopped streaming. Up until a few months ago. Yeah. All that time since I vanished, I've been lousy and awful. Necroy says, Heavensward, second one, Aura, their name. They were supposed to be more animalistic, but they went with cat girl with horns. Come on, Necroid. There's also cat boys with horns. On top of the actual cat boys that's already in the game. Alright, your head is it's a touch too big for this body. Let's make it smaller. And 104 says, I've missed your beautiful voice, it's Chef's Kiss. And oh no, that's a shame. Yes, it is a shame. But alas, I have been subjected to it nonetheless. Oh well. Such is life. Raze says your bubby said Stormblood. Alright, now I have... I'm confused. Necroy says it was Heavensward that added the dragon people. Necroy says it. Oh, Necroy says it's Heavensward. You say it's Stormblood, or rather your bubby says it's Stormblood. So now I'm confused. You guys need to battle it out to see who's right and who's wrong. Except that you're at different chats. Twitch chat versus Picardo chat, so you can't quite really battle it out, so oh well. Once again, the shame of life. And Roy says, Kim, why is your doggo with pecs? He's being hot, what the fuck? It's like 104 said, it's my brand. I guess. I didn't choose this life of hotness, it was chosen for me. Alright, says, I don't care, you can play the game. That's fair. That's very fair. But in any case, all that I know for sure is that I stopped playing the game when that Dragon Race had been released or was about to be released. I think I played like a week when it was available in game. But I guess I didn't want to make a whole new character because I was like, oh no, I'm level 10 with this other character. I don't know, level up again. In any case, I have not been playing since then, and I guess it was like 2018 or whenever. Furthermore, I also know a lot about Final Fantasy because nowadays there's I don't want to call anyone out, but I am going to call everyone out. There's a load of people out and about in Twitter, and to some lesser degree for Affinity, they're just posting like a plethora of pictures of their Hrothgar, personas, husbandos, and crushes, and so and so. So yeah, I have been exposed to Final Fantasy against my will for the past few years. Well, not necessarily against my will, but you get what I mean. It was very hard not to hear about it. Necroy says Stormblood didn't have any new races. Ignus says only a new class, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't. If you add the classes to the mix, then I really don't know anything anymore. I think also the expansion that came with the Dragon Boys came with the like someone that was red, either the red mage or the samurai, or both, I think. I might be very mistaken. 1-4 asks, but how are you doing now? Is life the better or the same? It's different. I can't really place it. Because I mean, it is in a better place now than it was before, but there's been a lot of problems that have arisen from the past few years that have not yet been fixed and never will be. So I'll have to live with those things now, so yay! But I guess that's not necessarily like life being worse, it's just life being life. And, you know, it's how it goes. Necroy says, 2 new classes, Samurai and Red Mage, if you remember clearly. If you remember clearly, yeah. Felix says, playable looping race when Square Enix. I don't know, I'm not Square Enix, but if it were up to me, tomorrow. But is that even a thing? Because like honestly, in any Final Fantasy game before, like the main games, the online games, every game, has there ever been like a lupine race? No. Necroid just answered my question. Yes, there is. They're cute. And oh boy, what a long name. Franco Daniel de Argentina. Hello. How are you? I'm doing great. How about yourself? Welcome to the stream. How have you been doing? Or how are you doing, rather? One of four says some chose hotness, others have hotness thrust upon them. With great hotness comes great responsibility. Where's the first part of that from again? Like the original quote? It can't all have been from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, because if it is, then that's the most genius movie ever written. But I don't think it is. Necro says you can just Fantasia to change dummy. I don't know whom you're talking to, but I don't know. Also, doesn't Fantasia costs even more money? I was just talking about how I'm a starving artist. I don't have money to pay the monthly fee to play the game. Not even... and not even more to buy cosmetic whatevers. I'm a poor dog. I have to work because people won't buy cable for me. I never have you seen this before. This kind of travesty in the world. Also, hello there, Loba. Good evening. How's it going? How have you been? It's been a while since we last talked. As is the way of life these days. And Necroy says, what? No. Heaven's Word was Dark Knigd, Machinist, and Astrologian. None of them are red. MCH is red-ish. Oh, Machinist, okay. Machinist is red-ish, but they wouldn't add new races. Hrothgar and Viera were the last ones, but you got your lion, so you're cool. Oh, you little cat. You get one Fantasia for free when you finish base game. You think I have that kind of time in my hands, Necroy? I'm not there to finish the base game. I'm there to fish and harvest ore from the walls. I don't know how to play MMOs. That's why I never win at them. One of four says, "Be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some have greatness, some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them." William Shakespeare, 12th Night, apparently. Okay, so the first part of that whole quote is from... not Spider-Man. Only the second part. And Felix says, to be frank, I do love the cat dads, but loops are just as appealing. I have yet to see the lupines that you speak of. Because, like I said, I have not been playing since 2018, so I think they're new, because I don't remember them when I played. Otherwise, I would have been all over them. In fact, I hardly even remember like much about Final Fantasy 14 numbers. All I remember is that at some point you were trying to stop the primal whatever's summons from coming into the world, or else they would break everything, and you had to go and talk to the beast tribes to get their blessing and or help to avoid that horrible fate to Eorzea. But at some point the Empire, or the machine people, decided, no, we're in this plot as well. And at some point, the starter people who help you, depending on which city you are from, they all gang up and it's like, hey, we're here to help you defeat the primal beings, but not really. Go on, have a party of other adventurers. All you all get to solve this. And also now, one of us are going to do a dirty for some reason, and that's all I remember. Really, it's been a while ago. And Lobo, you're good. That's great to hear. How have you been? Or rather, how have been your endeavors? I see that you have been doing art every now and then. I see them around and about, but I haven't really been following up much on it. And also, I mean, I have not been using Facebook at all, but I imagine that what was your children's birthdays is like coming up, isn't it? Or have passed already? I know it's in December. I think around the beginning of December. I think it was the 5th, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken. But in any case, I'm happy to hear that you've been good. Necroy says Final Fantasy XIV just won Best Community. Where? Who's giving that award? The communities? And Asamiya Kojiro. I don't know English, but I love to see working. Ah. Obrigado, Kojiro. E seja bem-vindo à stream. Estou fazendo arte do quadrinho novo que eu tô postando. Espero que você goste. And Ignos says, are you going to stream the whole night? Whole night and the whole morning? I might go all the way up to 4, 5-ish in the morning streaming. I want to get as much done as I can. Finish the sketch for both pages, try to get some of the line art done, get the coloring done. I'm not gonna get all of that done today. I may be able to get some of the line art complete still today, tonight-ish. But then, by then, that means that tomorrow I'll only have to do the coloring, the backgrounds, the shadings, and then I'll be done. And then I'll have the remainder of the day free. Potentially by like evening-ish time I'll be free, and then we'll be able to be together finally. Yay! That's my plan, at least. I don't know if they align with yours. Oh well, I mean, I'm so happy that this Hobgoblin guy is dying, because I can't draw Hobgoblins at all, it would seem. I really need like a Hobgoblin picture by my side every time I'm drawing one, because this goddamn nosy guys can't nose for heck. One of us says Shakespeare was the original Spider-Man writer. Might have been. And Tiger says there are NPC in the Stormblood expansion, big wolf guys. Ah, that explains why I didn't see that. And Ray says definition of winning is different for everyone. Yes, it is. For me, winning is having fun. And I have fun fishing and collecting collectibles and gatherables from the game, not at all grinding and getting high level gear and doing that kind of nonsense. That's not fun. That's cool, but not fun. I guess. Necroy says, Kim, what course did you do to start writing? You want to start writing? Oh boy, So you see, I did actually do a writing course, but it was in person back when I lived in the south. But also, it wasn't very good. In essence, the teacher didn't really teach anything I already did not know. So I guess it was kind of good, but I already knew everything that he was going to teach. The one lesson he taught that I was like, I don't know if I agree with that, is that every character name has to mean something. If you're going to write a character in a story, they have to have a name that has a meaning. They can't just have like a random ass name. You can't just say, my character's called oh boy, blanking on names. My main character is gonna be called Jablin. Where does that name come from? I don't know. It's just a name I thought it was cool. So I decided to call him Jablin. Because, sure, whatever. It's my post-apocalyptic dystopic future setting, so people don't need to have realistic names. So Jablin is my main hero, kind of like Katniss in Hunger Games. So he said that no, every name needs to have a meaning, either in universe or out of universe, something that the reader can immediately relate to. Like, you have a character that's meant to have like to be an angel sent to help your protagonist, because clearly the protagonist are going to be the angel. So it's like, they need to have an angelic name like Gabriel or Michael or whatever. And I was like, okay, cool, but I disagree. I think characters can just have like a whatever random name. I don't think every character's name needs to mean something. Because, I'm a hack. That's my opinion. In any case, I don't know, all that I knew about writing, I did not learn from any writing course or anything. I just learned it by reading a lot of other fiction. Especially in my youth, I used to read a lot of books. And whenever I stopped reading books, I started listening to audiobooks, which is pretty much the same thing. You're still experiencing the story in a narrated way. Except that now you get weird accents every now and then. But furthermore, a lot that I learned from writing was writing itself. When I was writing the Golden Week, I used to post the comic, and then I was thinking, okay, the story is like going like this, and that, and because unlike most furry comics, it wasn't centered all about the porn, so there was actual story going on with it. And some of the readers didn't quite get the story right away. They were like, I don't understand. What's going on here? Why are they saying this? Who's this anyways? Who's this again? And little by little I've been learning like, so people don't immediately understand when I say this or that. And then it clicked for me that I obviously know the whole story because I'm the writer. I'm the one who's deciding what the story is. The readers don't, so I have to expose the story in a way that someone that does not know anything about it will follow and be interested without getting lost. And it was like through the years of writing that I learned about that. And there is still things to learn. Every day I learn something new by watching other stories and seeing how people are doing the other things. And I think one of the biggest things is interacting with the community, because the community are the people who give you feedback on your creation, and if they say something, they are not saying it just because they have a reason to say that, especially if it's feedback. Even if they don't mean it as feedback or critique, they are still saying things that can guide you in that regards. Like, a week ago, I was talking to a guy, was like, man, I really like your one story with I think my favorite story was Daniel's. I'm like, who is Daniel? And he said, yes, the tiger character who goes to the psychologist and is. I really like his story because I'm also a writer. And then I was like, oh, do you mean Nathan? And that's like, there's something going on with my writing where people are unable to comprehend or record in their minds what is the name of my characters. I don't know what it is, but people cannot, for the life of them, remember the name of my characters. With the Golden Week, which is a story that I've done years ago and have been doing for years as well, it's like the main character is the lion. Everyone knows that. Everyone who's read the story knows that. The problem with Derek, the main character, is that people cannot remember his name. They always say, oh yes, I like the Golden Weekend, the story with Scott and the lion. And they cannot remember his name. They will say, and those who do remember that his name is Derek, will spell Derek in every possible way except for the correct one, which is how it's spelled in the book whenever another character calls Derek. So I've seen it spelled with just a CK with an R with I's instead of E's. I've seen it spelled every way, but hardly ever people spell it the correct way. And I cannot understand or fathom why that is. But clearly it's something about my writing. I must be doing something wrong that is causing that to happen. So it's the kind of stuff that you need to take into account and, do a little bit of self-reflecting, a little bit of, workshopping and think, why is it that people get my characters' names wrong? And one thing that I've started doing is having characters introduce themselves more to one another and really call each other out by their full names more frequently. In the Golden Week, it didn't make sense because everyone kind of already knew each other, so it would feel weird to have people just be like, hey, full name. It wouldn't really have made that much sense, so I didn't have that happen that much, which might be why people don't remember Derek's name or how to spell it. So, in short, that is my learning how to write tip is write and share your writings with people. And pay attention to what people are saying and what kind of feedback they're giving you, because hidden in very innocent comments might be interesting feedback on how you should go about with your story. So yeah, you have to kind of be mindful and of all that. Also, I just can't get this face right for some reason. Oh well. And Loba says you've been very busy, I'd imagine. And Eric turned 9 and Deanna will turn 7 next week. Yeah, so both of their birthdays is in December, right? Got that right, I hope. Which also means that Lucas's birthday has passed already. But damn, they're growing up so fast. It's like 7 is already like school age, I think. Like first grade age, I think. Might be wrong about that. And Necroy says the Game Awards. Well, yeah, I know, but I don't remember there being a what's it called? An award for best community. And also, hey there, Bad. Hi, and thank you for the raid. The delicious raccoon raid. I have no trash for you to take away. Other than Necroy, we don't have any trash for you to take. But thanks for the raid nonetheless. And when the force says 24-hour stream hype, I mean, I shouldn't, mainly because I have an injured wrist, so I really should not be forcing my hand too much. I can stream for 24 hours, I just can't draw for 24 hours. There's a big difference therein. And Necroid says, Kim, may I send you your idea later of writing? Sure, please. I would like to see what you have in mind. Hear what you have in mind. Or read what you have in mind. And Felix, your phone died on you. Alright, they do that every now and then. Don't sweat it. One of four says your characters are gonna be called Doug because they're a dog and you're gonna be friends with Kate, the cat. You see, that sounds silly, but it's actually good writing. Very good writing, because whenever you have something built into the character that makes it easier for the reader to remember first who they are and what their names are, it's like it's a win. It's like a free victory you get. It's like a freebie. Like, your story is already better just because of that. If your characters are memorable enough. Okay, after a lot of deliberation, I think I got something kinda right here. I think I'm paying more attention to what I'm saying than to the drawing that I'm making. That's why I can't hobgoblin. And Necroy says, yeah, the character, they need an objective and an obstacle. Yes, to a degree. Ideally, every character should have an objective, but also a reason for why they want to go and get that objective. Like, a compelling reason, ideally. As for the obstacle, sure, everyone needs an obstacle. That's what makes their story compelling, is why you are... In spite of that, you're still trying to achieve your objective. Likewise, with the reason, it's interesting if your character has a reason to try and get out of their comfort zone to get to the object, but it's also interesting if your character has a reason not to. Which can be the obstacle, or can be like several obstacles. It's interesting to have that. And even if that's not established super clearly for the reader, it's interesting for you, the writer, to have that in mind already. So whenever you're writing interactions with your characters, that they feel believable. That incidentally runs into this theme called character voice, where every character needs to have, you know, when characters each have their own reasons for doing things, whatever those reasons are, so when characters have their reasons for doing things, whenever they encounter something, they'll either agree or oppose it based on their own objectives, obstacles, beliefs, and so, and that's what gives them their voice. Their voice isn't just like how they speak, like do they have an accent, do they have a lisp, do they literally speak a different language, or so and so. It's also that, but it's also how they will react in said moment. Like, for example, you may have a character that is calm and always talking like a calm, soothing voice, but at any moment that they stop that, then you know that, oh, they're going out of character. This is a calm character, but now all of a sudden the calm character is not being calm. Why are they breaking character? Is there a reason for them to break character? And if there is a reason, then good. Make sure that that reason is visible for the reader. If there's no reason, then you're breaking character, and that's bad. Like breaking character without a reason. That's bad. Don't do that. Loba, a Diana já está indo pro segundo ano, o Eric rodou e vai refazer o terceiro. Well, could be worse, I guess. They... I mean, now they're just like 1 year apart instead of being 2 years apart. Not that that's a good thing, but I guess that, you know, I mostly think about me and my sister because we have nearly the same age, but I think my sister was like 4 grades ahead of me. 3 or 4 grades ahead of me, so she was always like elsewhere in life when when we were in school, and you know, if my sister and I were further apart, then we would be completely different persons today, I think, because a lot of our growing up was shaped by each other. But if we were closer together in age, also we would have been very different persons, because I think we would have vastly different approaches to influences. So I don't know, having like a small difference in age, but not big enough that, you know, they're just in completely different schools, is interesting, is good. Because for me, at least, my sister and I, we had a very good relationship growing up. So hopefully, it would be true for others. Necroy says best community support was for Final Fantasy XIV. That's nice. I mean, that is a thing that I keep hearing about, that Final Fantasy XIV has the kindest, nicest player base, even. Because there's a lot of people who did the, as it's been called by game journalists, the WoW Exodus, where they left World of Warcraft and joined Final Fantasy, and they said that it was like a culture shock. Because whenever you finish a dungeon, you are required or encouraged to give a commendation to another player in the party. And people immediately thought that they were confused by that. Like the WoW players, they were like, "What's this? Is this like the good shot that people spam in Rocket League, which is meant to be like the only way in which we can be toxic is that whenever you do like you do a bad play in Rocket League, people just keep saying good shot." And they thought, is this the same thing? Are they mocking me? Are they being mean? Are they being toxic? And the Final Fantasy community had to explain that no, they're actually just praising you because you did a good job. They actually believe that you did a good job, so they're just giving you praise. And the WoW players were like, "What? That makes no sense. Why would anyone be nice on the internet? That's clearly fake news." So that was a fun little interesting story to read. And 104 says Breaking Character, the spin-off to Breaking Bad. Only. Breaking Character is this is more like a literary resource than a trope. Another very good thing for you to learn is about tropes. Tropes are like, I mean, I assume you already know what a trope is, but in case you don't, I'm going to quickly explain what a trope is. It is a meme but for media, or rather for stories. By which I mean it's something that has been done so much that everyone innately knows it. Everyone that's like has any kind of media literacy will understand it. So, for example, I can't think of any good examples off the top of my head, so let's go with the classic, the dumb school jock and the nerdy frail character with glasses. That's a trope. It's like you see a character with glasses, like exaggerated glasses for their body proportions and their choice of clothing, their choice, the way that they talk, the way that they behave, their body language. All of that is the nerdy character. That's a trope, a character trope, but a trope nonetheless. That's a meme. It's an idea that has been passed forth and copied so much that you don't need to have it explained to you. Just by throwing that in there, everyone that's seen, like, that has media literacy will understand, ah yes, this frail, wimpy character is a nerd because they're frail and wimpy and wear glasses. Unlike, for example, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings. At the beginning they have to explain, there was the blah 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 blah, and they forged the Rings of Power and blah. Like, Rings of Power, until then, was not a trope. So it had to be explained, or otherwise the audience would be like, okay, these people are important, and every now and then the camera is focusing on the rings. I guess the rings are important, but I don't get it. So instead, having when something is not a trope, you need to have it explained. When something is a trope, you don't need to explain it. If you do explain it, then you run the risk of looking like a fool. Like, here, let's have the nerd character, and then have someone come out of shot and explain, yes, you can clearly see that he's a nerd because he's wearing glasses and he's wearing he has a shirt and it's tucked into his pants, and he wears braces and has I know, ridiculous body proportions, super skinny, but also has gigantic glasses. Clearly he's a nerd, a very smart boy, but also very bad at making friends. It's like, cool, thanks. I understand now, but also, are you patronizing me? It's like, I don't know the name of this cartoon in English. It's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, I think. It's pretty much Scooby-Doo, but underwater, and Scooby is a shark. I don't know the name of the cartoon, but that's the gist of it. It's like one of those old 70s cartoons or whenever. Yes, Tutubarão. That's the one. But in English, I have no idea what the name of that thing is. Jabberjaw in English. Thank you, Necroy. That cartoon, every episode, I do clearly remember that every single episode, they would say that every time this happens, Jabberjaw goes and chases the fat guy and tries to eat him. Every single episode, whenever that happens, they would like cross their arms and look at the camera like, here they go again. Whenever Jabberjaw does the thing, he chases after the fat guy. It's like, okay. Thanks for explaining to me that mechanic of your cartoon. So like the first time it's alright, the second, third time is cute, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is a children's show, I guess they should explain it. But when they do that literally every episode, it's like, ugh. Come on, this is like season 3. We're seeing the revenge of Jabberjaw against his murdered family. Do you really need to explain this again? It's like that's the risk you have with explaining something that needn't be explained. And that's pretty much the gist of tropes. Is that when you use a trope, you don't need to explain it. When you use something that is not a trope, ideally you should explain it, but you shouldn't explain it so thoroughly and so frequently that the audience groans audibly whenever you start it. That is also a trope, weirdly enough, where something needs to over-explain itself. That is a trope, and it's called aggressive exposition, which you might have heard of, or just exposition. Period. Is when something needs to be explained out loud because nobody else has no idea what that is. But backpedaling a little bit in the subjects here. Breaking character is a trope of sorts where character behaves consistently all throughout the story, but then at some point they cease to do that and they change and behave differently. And when you have a character break character, you have to have a reason. Well, ideally you need to have a reason. If you don't have a reason, then that's bad writing. If you have a reason, but you don't explain it at any point, that's also bad writing. And just to remind you, if you need to explain things in a very contrived way, you're committing the crime of exposition. Where it's like, oh no, this person is doing something weird. Oh, how could that have been? I don't know. Sure. Are you good now? Yes, I'm good now. Sorry that I had that psychotic murderer's outbreak and wanted to just, kill everyone with a knife. I'm better now. And then if that's never addressed ever again in the story, it's like the reader will be like, what the fuck just happened? Are we never going to get any resolution for why this character at this random point in the episode decided to try and murder everyone? Is that just going to... Are we just going to gloss over that and never go back to that? Because if so, then you're having a character break character, which is bad. If you do go back, but explain it in a weird way that makes no sense, then you are doing exposition. So it's a fine line to walk in between this whole writing stories. One of 4, I have never heard of Jabberjaw. It's weird. I think it's about the same era as that cartoon where there were like 3 brothers. I don't know if they're like triplets. I think it is like super triplets or something. The idea is that they play on a band, and then every now and then they're called because like the world needs superheroes, and then they're like, oh, okay, let's stop playing this band and let's assume our superhero personas, and then they assume their superhero personas and go getting their flying car because it's kind of half futuristic, and go solve crimes, and it's weird as all hell. It's from the same era, and I think it's also from Hanna-Barbera, that one, but I have no idea what that cartoon is. The name of that, rather. It might be Super Triplets, I might be getting that wrong. Bad American says Jabberjaw is an old Hanna-Barbera cartoon trying to be Scooby-Doo while also trying to be Josie and the Pussycats. That one I don't know, Josie and the Pussycats. Might also not know it for its English name. Because I know I stopped following cartoons after I grew up, so I don't know their English name. I only saw them in their Portuguese names and eras and so. And Igno says it's a really weird cartoon. I actually don't even remember much about it. I think it was like the weirdest, but when you're a kid, you don't question things too much. So it's like, sure, whatever. It's 5 in the afternoon, both of my parents are at work, I just came home from school. There's nobody here to make dinner, so I guess I'll just sit and watch TV. Because I was like in 5th grade when that cartoon came out. I was like 10. I think. Might be wrong about that. In any case. Yeah, those cartoons, some of them are very weird when it comes to the writing. Which I think is why they didn't really make that much success like Scooby-Doo. Not that Scooby-Doo is like the apex of writing, but I think from all of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Scooby-Doo might be the one that made the most sense because it kinda did. It's like horror stories but for kids, so it's not actually scary. There's no like futuristic sci-fi superhero nonsense. It's just a bunch of kids running around, unmasking land moguls who are trying to get cheap real estate by pretending the place is haunted. And like the whole exposition problem that I mentioned with Jabberjaw also happens in Scooby-Doo. At the end of every episode, the villain always says, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those darn kids. That's the exposition right there, but it's delivered at the end, and in a weird self-referential way that is kind of fun, because the Scooby will always go like, dog, where? There's no dog. And everyone will laugh, like, you silly little bitch, of course. You don't think of yourself as a dog, but you are a dog, and then everyone's just like laughing it off as the cop just arrests the villain and everyone just goes their own way. So it's like, sure, the crime of exposition is kind of ignored because of the ridiculousness of the whole situation. So, you know, they get a free pass, so to speak. So it's... So, like, instead of being something where the show is explaining how it works to you, the viewer who is seeing the thing happen, the show is actually just saying a catchphrase. And like, fun. Every villain gets to say the same catchphrase coincidentally. How odd. But you know, it's a fun thing in the end, and to such a degree that it's like, it's now kind of like the Scooby-Doo thing. At the end, whenever the villain is caught, they have to say this. So it's a trope that they made for their own show. And at this point, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just ranting about cartoons. But I imagine you get the idea now, about writing, about tropes, about, you know, being mindful of them. Because tropes are not necessarily bad. You just need to know how to use them. Because if you use them haphazardly and just for shock effect, then it becomes like those B-movie, those trash, quote unquote, thrillers where it's just like, we're doing this for effect because We're lazy writers, and we just need to, quote unquote, lazy writers. They're not actually lazy. I'm sorry I say that. They're writers who are not getting paid enough to care, and who have been tasked with coming up with a movie in record time, in conditions analogous to slavery, when you have to, write a whole movie script, being paid what they are paid, in given the amount of time they are given. Their excuse for saying like, screw this. This is not my magnum opus. I'm not going to put my heart and soul into this. I'm just going to write a movie. So they go and, over-abuse tropes to write the thing as fast as they can. In essence, writing is weird and hard, and there are ways to go about it, but ideally you will try to be mindful of everything and write a lot. The only way that you get better at writing is by writing. One thing I did learn in my writing workshop was not about writing per se, ironically enough. It was about being part of a group of writers is more important than, going to courses, because when you are doing a course, in essence, what they are, in a thing that you kind of already know how to do, like writing, what they are actually doing is forcing you to write a lot. It's like, welcome to this writing workshop. Let's write one little script every day, every class. You're going to write one little script, and we're going to review each other's scripts. So like, you write the story and then pass it along, that so your classmates read it and give you their opinions on it, and everyone kind of criticizes each other's works. And at that point it's like, hey, you just did this in like half an hour. You cannot be so invested in it that this is like your baby that nobody can criticize. This is literally a throwaway story you just came up with. If you're not invested enough, you can take the hit of having it being criticized harshly if need be. So it's like, sure, whatever. You didn't like it, you can say, give me your harshest, like hashtag roast me. But you know that the next class you'll be there writing a new story and reviewing it again, and little by little, with this little back and forth feedback that you all give to one another, you slowly but surely start to pick up on things about writing and get better at it. And the only reason why that is even possible is because you join the group of writers. It's literally like, well, except for the horror part, it's literally like Doki Doki Literature Club. You join a club, a group or whatever, and you start to do the thing over and over and over, and the more you do it, the better you get at it, ideally. If you are doing it with someone else, because this someone else can give you feedback on, hey, I think your previous work was much better, or hey, I really don't like this twist and turn that you've taken in your stories. I really like your previous stories about how it was like about this guy who's using flowers as an analogy for their depression hidden beneath them. So I don't really understand why you decided to change it and go in like this horror clowns direction that you're taking. But I mean, I can kind of see it. I just don't get it, and I don't like it, so, that's my opinion. Do whatever you want with that. So that's a thing I learned, incidentally, by taking a writing workshop class forever ago, in 2017? Yeah, 2017. And Necroy says, Scooby-Doo, the live action, made you like hypergrowth muscle. Was it from 2000 and 2002? 2001, 2002-ish. I'm almost certain. It came up around the same time as that first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, but also Looney Tunes Back in Action, so might be that one. I mean, might be around that age of like 2003 and so and so. But I mean, you and me both, buddy. They say that it's Disney that's turning us into filthy furries, and they're right. Disney is absolutely turning us into filthy furries, but it's those like outliers movies and cartoons that are actually turning us into kinky freaks. So go figure. And One of Four says, yeah, Scooby had an internal logic. That he did, yeah. And like a mystery, so whodunit, but without murder, and everything works out. And you don't remember Scooby-Doo saying that, to be honest. Every villain is lemon. I mean, I'm almost certain that Scooby says that. I might be also hallucinating. Because forever in my mind that has been a thing. It might not be a thing. I might have been getting that wrong forever. I might be under the Mandela effect. I don't know. But otherwise, I'm almost certain that Scooby does say that. But it might be that he only says that in a specific series. Because, you know, Scooby-Doo has been going on for, I don't know, half a century. There's been so many versions of Scooby-Doo by now that... who knows? And One of Four says, I like rambling about cartoons. Well, I'm sure you do, but I'm also suspicious of you. I think you would like me rambling about literally anything. That's just a sneaky suspicion I have, if I'm being honest. And also you say it can be a fun way to set up a story and later subvert the trope. Yes, but it's like... Do you know that thing where people were like, hey, look at this new art trick I learned. I'm now going to do watercolor painting with coffee instead of actual ink. It's like, dope. I love to see whatever come out of that little experiment. But it's also not the kind of experiment that a novice would do. Like, buddy, do you know how to watercolor? No. Okay, let's keep the coffee away from you. Let's start simple. Once you get a little bit of the hang of watercolor and has done it like a couple times, then yeah, we can start doing watercolor with coffee. But let's not jump ahead. I think it's the same thing with doing this subverting the trope stuff. If you have no experience whatsoever as a writer or writing altogether, it can be very daunting to do that. Because, you know, there's the whole amount of work you have to put into writing the story, which is figuring out the characters, all of the characters, or at least the major ones, figuring out their motivations, their objectives, their obstacles, their reasonings, pro and con, and figuring a general outline of the whole story to tell of who they are, what they are doing, and where they are going. And on top of all that, also trying to work in a trope subversion. It's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of new stuff to do if you have never done any of those things before. Not to say you shouldn't, just saying, boy, that's a challenge and a half right there. Maybe, just maybe. Try not to overwork yourself and try not to dream too big because, you know, it can hurt when you crash and burn. If you have very lofty ambitions and they don't turn out the way you expected them. And Necroy says, I don't know, it's the one where Shaggy gets a potion and gets big. Yeah, I think that actually might be the second Scooby-Doo movie. Because I do remember also that Scrappy Scrappy also does that and gets big and muscular, and it's like, oh no. What's this weird feeling I'm having? No, the villain shouldn't be hot. And Necroy says Mandela effect? Ice 9-0 escape? Not really, no. Well, you do know of the Mandela effect, I hope. But also you are saying that it's late and you're sleepy. You're a sleepy peepee, Necroy. Alright, have a good night, Neku. Thanks for stopping by and joining the stream and chatting around. And also, I don't know how you've done it, because whenever Bad Aim Raccoon came and raided us, you know, when he did his rack attack, I thought he was going to take out the trash. Such as you, but he didn't, so good luck on not being taken out. But since it's late and you are a responsible boy who has a work, or college rather, you have stuff to do, you have a life to get you, have a good night. And take care. Be good. And I'll be seeing you later, hopefully. And one of us says, speaking of your writing, I should reread that one chapter of Interdictory. It has been a while. Oh no, don't. And excuse me, how dare you? Fine, I like your rambling in general, buddy. I'm partial to cartoons. Cartoons are fun. Well, you're heck out of luck then, because I'm not well versed in cartoons or in media in general. I don't watch much stuff, so I have very little property to talk about things. Ugh. One of four says, I think the potion is the second one. You think you saw it in the trailer, haven't seen it in the movie. I'm almost certain it is the second one, because the first one, if I recall correctly, was some green ghost stealing souls? In Hawaii, no less? If I'm remembering things correctly. I guess? But yeah, Scrappy comes in on the second movie, I think, because the first movie wasn't like really about that. The first movie was about the gang kind of becoming undone because nobody can take each other anymore. Everyone's like just absolutely fed up with one another. Like, no, I'm important and I'm more valuable than I'm more than just a trope. And then everyone starts discussing with each other, and then the Scooby-Doo gang gets undone. That's the plot of the first movie, and then they all get called out to solve a mystery while learning that in the end they are better when together, and that, you know, the whole... It's Kingdom Hearts, like, the power of friendship see us through everything. So that's the plot of the first movie. In the second movie, they are already like back together, but then they get called to another mystery. And this second mystery is apparently Scrappy-Doo wanting revenge for them having kicked him out of the Scooby gang, I think. As you can see, I might have fallen out of touch with watching television, but I can still remember the plot of a movie I saw once. Like, oh boy, how long ago was it? 2005-ish, I guess? It was forever ago. Back when I was too young and innocent to think about, oh no, this hyper muscle growth scene, let me, pause the DVD and watch it again in slow motion. But also, I don't even know. I think it was like, there was something about the CG that made things look a little weird. Wasn't the best CG in the world. Oh well. And 104, did you just say sleepy pee-pee? Yes, I did. When you are sleepy, you are a sleepy pee-pee. Why not? You really like the Interdictor? Because I have not really gone around to finishing it, and probably won't. So, I mean, I've moved on. I'm doing Menagerie of Misfits now, which is this here comic, which is Interdictor, but instead of sci-fi, it's medieval fantasy. So we get to see orcs and hobgoblins and satyrs, and we get to see all kinds of things. One of the characters is a tiefling, so that'll be fun and exciting. Oh, so 104 said, I mean, you've talked about it at least 2 cartoons I've never watched. That's something. That is true. Wait, is Scrappy in the second movie too? Because that's horrible. I hated that he was in the first, even if he got what he deserved. I don't know. I mean, I don't remember. Maybe he was in the first movie and the second movie was something else entirely. But I'm almost certain that he was only in the second and that the first was something else. Actually, no, you might be right. I think he might only have been in the first, because I think it was like a big reveal at the end of like, oh no, who's this actual villain? It was Scrappy. I don't know. Scooby-Doo is weird. I watched a video essay that someone did saying why Fred is the best character in Scooby-Doo, and I'm like, I don't know why YouTube is recommending this to me, but I mean, I know what I'm doing for the next 2 hours now. It was an interesting watch. I really highly recommend it. I actually did the video was like, who is Scooby-Doo's best character, and why it's Fred? I think that was the title. And Necroy says, I deceived you and I'm still here because you want me to say good night in Portuguese? Really? Oh no. But Necroy, my heart goes doki doki with embarrassment whenever I have to speak in my native language. Ooh. Which is, that's how you subvert a trope. Because in Brazil, the trope is that everyone gets embarrassed to speak English. Because that's, not their native language. So I'm subverting it by saying, oh no, I'm actually ashamed or rather embarrassed of speaking in my own language. Ooh. But in any case, tenha uma boa noite, Necroy. Obrigado por aparecer. Espero que você tenha aproveitado a stream e eu vou te ver em breve com sorte, se você deixar de ser um sumido e vir dar um oi de vez em quando. Tchau pra você. One of Force says, I am holding out hope that you will finish Interdictor in the 50 years. I mean, one of these days, maybe. You never know. I might just decide that, you know what? This is the day in which I finish everything I ever started that I never finished. Like that one... Your character here commission that I was going to do, but I never did. And it's now just sitting in my computer folder collecting digital web dust. Or digital web and digital dust. English, well. Well, of course, yeah, it was a review in the end. It was. For one of the movies, I just can't remember which one. And I was almost certain it was the second, so I might have gotten it all wrong. I need someone to, you know... I'll need to go over and read the plot of the movie, the synopsis in the Wikipedia article. Because Wikipedia is always right about everything, so they'll be able to tell me, like, was it the first or was it the second movie? Which one was it? And Fred, interesting choice. Yes, I'll get into why that is. And 104 says you get flustered when people want you to speak Swedish. Says, like, what would you even say? They won't even understand you. Yeah, that's why you do the funniest thing. It's like, you want me to speak in my native language to you just for your amusement? Let me teach you some delicious curse words then. Like, for example, if you want to be really nasty, like horribly nasty, and want to like tell someone, like, you know, pretty much just say, hey, you're a garbage person, get lost. In Portuguese, you would say something along the lines of, tenha ótimo dia, sua pessoa maravilhosa. That's how you would say that. And then, you know, there's like all the curse words that you can teach people. You can say, for example, like, if there's someone that you really don't like, someone that, like, just gets in your nerves or whatever, and you really want them to just get lost, just like, if you want to say something along the lines of, I don't like you, then you can kind of throw a little bit of a spin to it, and you know, kind of get a little lint in your voice as well. Try not to shift the pitch too much, but do something along the lines of, e você também tem um ótimo dia. Something like that. So do that, but in Swedish. Like, how do I say this? And then you go and say that. Do that, rather. And one of course says you didn't have to say it so sexually. Did I now? I didn't. It's just how Portuguese sounds. It either sounds like I'm singing or like I'm trying to seduce you. Or whoever it is that I'm talking to. You know, it's one of the woes of being Brazilian. You have to speak this language, and that's how it sounds, and that's, you know, that's it's what happens. It's life. And also, hello there, Nathanael, no chat do YouTube. Seja bem-vindo à stream. E sim, psicologia reverso ao melhor que tem. Ensinar para as pessoas que não falam português como falar essas coisas. Lembro uma história que eu vi uma vez sobre um cara que aprendeu, tipo, aprendeu entre aspas, espanhol e aí foi trabalhar e tava chamando todo mundo de bom trabalho, cabrão. E aí só depois que a pessoa foi, tipo, demitida e mandada embora e, tipo, mas por quê? A pessoa, o empregador, tipo, você sabe por quê? Que aí a pessoa foi entender, não. Anos depois eu entendi que eu estava chamando todos os meus colegas de trabalho de, tipo... Então, se você vai ensinar um estrangeiro idioma, é melhor ensinar o lado bom, porque nunca se sabe quando eles vão aprender. O lado ruim, isso vai ser ruim pra eles. Mas de toda forma, seja bem-vindo à stream. And one of four says, yes, very seducing. Oh no. Don't say that, one of four. That's gonna become a catchphrase. Those damn Brazilians, they're... Don't seduce my bussy. No. And also, hello there, Sheikas. O jeitinho debochado de falar do brasileiro é a melhor coisa que tem. E, inclusive, seja bem-vindo ao stream de arte que aconteceu aleatoriamente e continuará acontecendo por umas 4 horas, talvez. Algo entre 1 e 4 horas. Possivelmente, provavelmente. Idealmente. Seria até eu terminar tudo isso aqui. Como vai? Você? Ou ainda, como vai Vossa Mercê? Então belo e inusitado... então bela e inusitada madrugada de quinta-feira. Ainda bem que você não está com sono. Also, that reminds me, to all of the other people over there watching this stream, hi. You might be talking / lurking and just watching this in the background or something, and now I'm talking directly to you. Hi, you person who's here. Definitely here, yes. My name is Doug, in case you didn't know. Or, I don't know, maybe this link happened upon your feed. Or rather, this stream happened upon your day, I guess. And you're curious, and for some reason you remained here for this long a time before me saying anything to regard you all. Hi, welcome. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Let me know how you are doing if you would like to partake in the chat. If not, feel free to keep lurking. That's perfectly alright. And other than that, I'm doing art, as you can see. This art is for the newest pages of my comic, page 15 and 16 of my ongoing new comic, Menagerie of Misfits, which is a comic based off of a medieval fantasy in the likes of D&D and Pathfinder. And it's really, 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 really good, and you really should go and read it. If you want to go and read it, you can go to my Twitter or my Furfinity. Links are in the bottom somewhere. It's definitely on the Twitter, and from the Twitter you can go everywhere else. But if you go to those places, you find the pages 1 through 7 that I have released for free, including, well, and also including tomorrow, page number 8, which I'll be posting for everyone for free. But as you can see, I'm working on page 15 and 16, which means that there are more pages, and if you want to read ahead, because, you know, maybe perhaps you like the story so much, you can by going to my Patreon and becoming a patron, supporting me over there. Will give you access to the next, how do the math, however many pages are from page 7 to 14. That's 7 other pages, Doug. You can math, come on. So you can go over there, support me if you like what I'm doing, and read ahead, see more pages of the comic, and then hooray! I'll be super duper thankful to you and your patronage, and actually your help and your support, because this is what allows me to keep living and keep feeding myself and my family. Don't let us starve, please. Otherwise, you can just share the word with your friends. I'm sure that someone you know will enjoy this, so there you go. Thanks for joining the stream, all y'all. And Shake says, how's my wee hours of the morning going? They're going fine-ish so far. I'm drawing much slower than usual, and that's because I have an injured wrist. So I've been having to take it easy, take it slow, take constant frequent breaks, try not to overdo it a lot, which helps because I can just, you know, take a break from drawing to rant about cartoons and writing tropes and so, which is good. But otherwise, I'm doing fine. What about yourself? Person who has never been in my streams before. How's it going? Well, to be fair, I have not been streaming since 2019, so maybe I'm the one who hasn't been in your feed before. Newsfeed, that is. I wonder if it says Doug speaking Portuguese. You stop! It can only get so hard. I don't know about that. In theory, everyone can get harder. It's just not healthy to do so. Because, you know, there comes a certain point at which you have so much calcium in your body that, you know, it's just not healthy. So, yeah, everyone can get harder, but it's ideally not a good idea. And this music is really nice. Thank you! I spent hours curating this music selection, and as you can see, for the first time ever, I have on the bottom left corner of the stream a little thing saying what is the name of the song and the artist, and maybe also the album in there, so you can see where this music is from in case you want to go and fetch it for yourselves. I believe most of the songs are quote-unquote royalty-free, mostly because they're video game soundtracks. So usually, whenever it comes to video game soundtracks, the artists are kind enough to not impose DMCA restrictions, so people can use them to, you know, on streams and such. And also because ideally, people are not buying games nearly as much as people are, you know, doing other stuff. So allowing the music to be shared around gives the game free publicity. So, hooray! It's a win-win for mostly everyone, I guess. I hope. In any case, these songs are great, and you should support the musicians and the games that produce the game for which the song has been featured by the musician who composed and played it. So there you go. Circle. One of us says, yeah, Twitter, website, Patreon, YouTube, and Ko-fi are linked down on Twitch at least. I think on Picardo as well. So yeah. And Sheikha says, I think it's your first time here. What happened to my wrist? A week ago, give or take. A couple of days. I slept weirdly, and I think I have slept on top of my arm, which forced my wrist to bend in a way that wrists shouldn't for that long a period of time. And in the next day I woke up and my wrist was hurting. And then, like the absolute 2000 IQ person that I am, I decided to put weight on it and, you know, keep using my wrist as if this pain wasn't all that bad. And then little old foolish me woke up the next day with my wrist absolutely in pain. And then I realized, oh no, I done the fucked up. I shouldn't have, but I have. And then I started taking all of the drugs to help my wrist. By drugs, I mean just anti-inflammatory and some topical anti-inflammatory thing. Like a balm of some kind. With like menthol or so and so. I don't know, but it's... I've been doing all of the things. Everything that people said, this will help, I've been doing, because I don't like being in pain. So I've been doing that, and yeah. I think I'm improving very slowly, because unfortunately I'm also late with work, so I can't keep I have to work. I can't stop working, or else I'll starve, me and my family. And one of us says, yeah, I really appreciate you showing the song names, etc. It helps. It does. I should have been doing that before, but I think all the times I streamed in the past, I've been playing songs from Spotify, and it was weird to do that. Well, it wasn't. I was just too lazy to figure that out, because I wanted to be fancy. But no, this is just the easiest way to do that. It's rather that when I was streaming before, I had like a whole setup, like a visual setup, the framing and such, that I didn't want to screw up, and to not screw up the framing and the setup, I had to make sure that things kind of fitted. But in the end, I guess that less is more, so screw it. There we go. And yeah, now you can see it. The only downside is that I have to have the songs in my computer as MP3 files, indexed with artist name, album name, song name, or else it does not shows up on Groove Music, because that app is super picky on how to read files, and also it takes forever to index files. It's a pain, but here we are. Nathaniel on YouTube chat says, interesting your strategy about some of the background music being from games. Really helps some people find new games. That is, and it also isn't, part of the idea. The idea is that because game developers want people to find their games, they don't enforce severely DMCA restrictions on music, which means they're not royalty free per se, but your video on YouTube and your streams are not gonna get muted or taken down because you're using copyrighted music. They are copyrighted, but the DMCAs are not enforced. And I believe that the game companies and studios do this in order to help people find new games, which is super grateful because it helps everyone everywhere. It's just amazing. And Nathaniel, you say that for yourself, you have found out a lot of stuff, including uh, the furry fandom because of other people. That is the way that things go around, more often than not. And Ignos, you hate to see me in pain. I also hate to be in pain. And I also hate to see you stressed because of work. But we're gonna get all of those things fixed. It will take time, but we will fix both of those things. My wrist and your employment situation. And also, hello there, Jeff Wolf. How's it going? How's life? How's your evening? How's your time zone? As they say. Also, this is the part I was dreading, which is having to draw the damned undead. Because I don't know whether or not to make them actual skeletons or just zombies, or halfway, like exposed skulls and bones, but also decaying flesh here and there and everywhere. So I'm not entirely sure how to go about it. Also, they're on fire, so ideally skeletons would be better, but he kind of screws up with something I wanted to do later. But you know what? Fuck it. I can do whatever. It's fantasy. Nobody's gonna bat an eye at it, so skeletons it is. Gives me a chance to learn about anatomy. And Jeff Wolf, going okay, was babysitting all day, just relaxing out. Ah, that's good. Have a... Hope you are having a good, Sorry. Hope you're having a good day today, nonetheless. And, good relaxation time. And Ignos, you're getting sleepy. Oh, going to bed soon, but I'll be watching the stream till you fall asleep. Oh, thank you. Tomorrow's going to be a pain at work, gotta watch soccer. That will be at noon, I think. Hopefully it will be a short-lived pain. Also, those of you who are watching on all of the platforms, this here boy, this here wonderful, marvelous boy, Ignos, on Twitch chat, happens to be the reason why I'm smiling so much nowadays, and as of late. This here boy that I met some months ago have been the sunshine in my life in these dark times for these past few months. And he said yes. He said an absolute yes whenever I asked him to be my boyfriend back then. Which makes me even happier. So, just wanted you all to know. My wonderful, marvelous boyfriend is here. Keeping me company, even if from afar. And yes, we were both crying. It was a great night. That night. Nonetheless, this boy is... There's just so many words. His a person I love so very deeply. And I just wanted to let all of you know. So be extra nice to him, you all. And also, good night to you, Ignis, if you end up falling asleep. Durma bem e fica bem fofo, tá bom? E se lembra que eu te amo muito, muito, muito. E até amanhã. Que aí eu vou aí, de noite, te encher de beijinhos. What was I saying? Oh yes, Scooby-Doo. There's this video on YouTube on who is the best character in Scooby-Doo and why it's Fred. It's a lengthy video essay. I might be wrong, but I think it's like 2 hours long. Might be 1.5 hours. For some reason, I started getting into these weird niche YouTube essays. But this one is like amazing. This guy just goes on saying like, here's the Scooby-Doo characters, the whole cast in all, and like the whole history behind them. And it's like he went to, let's describe who are the characters, like if you break them down to the simplest, tiniest, most trope-ish way of describing these characters. Who are them? Who is Shaggy? Also known as Norville Rogers. Who's Velma? Who's Daphne? Who's Scooby? And the whole Scooby family? Who are these fucks? And as it happens, the whole deal, so to speak, about well, there was also this whole side of this cast of side characters that show up for like one iteration of Scooby-Doo or a few episodes in some movie or some portion of it. Like, they're like, they were there for long enough to be like, okay, we can't ignore you, like you were never here to begin with. But also, you have pretty much no like big relevance in the overall scheme of things. So the guy went talking about everyone, and in summary, it's like, and yes, Shaggy does have a name. What's up with Shaggy? Shaggy is like just this guy, the guy who has the dog, and nobody really understands why we keep Shaggy and the dog around. And there was some like contrived reason for it all, but in the end it was nothing so like nothing that really matters as far as I can recall. There's a lot of theories as for why they're there and what's their purpose and the role, but overall it's like Shaggy is there to, I mean, not as a in-universe, but as a writer for Scooby-Doo, Shaggy is meant to be the comic relief character, and also whom, you know, kinda some character development can happen, because Scooby and Shaggy are like the titular characters of the show, and they have this pretty established dual dynamic between the two of them, but they're like best buds. But time and time again in the stories, they kind of have a falling out, and the writers can really explore this relationship between Shaggy and Scooby, or just Shaggy and anyone else. Like, hey, in this new movie, Scooby becomes like a super superhero, and then Shaggy gets jealous, or in these other ones, like Shaggy has a girlfriend, and Scooby like, no, it's us, not you and her. You said that you would be with a doggy forever, not a pussy. And that's their purpose as in the narrative of Scooby-Doo. Velma is like, you need to have a character who does the exposition. I was talking about exposition and how it's bad, but it's bad if you do it in a contrived way. Like, if literally you pull the answer out of your butt, if you just explain the thing in a way that no real person in the real world would explain anything. But they have Velma, which is like a nerdy character, and she derives pleasure from explaining things and showing off her smarts. So it's like, alright, Velma is kinda acting like a robot who just goes and spouts out knowledge. She's like a walking Wikipedia, but also she's that's her purpose. She's a nerdy character, and when the nerdy character starts to explain the workings of this universe and this world and whatever else is going on, the audience does not find that strange because they expect it out of this character. This is the character that would go and do exposition. Daphne. Then they were like, okay, Daphne's kind of like a weird wild card because she is both like the I don't know the English term for this, but she's like the spoiled rich kid was like, no, I am not getting into this bog. I'm not climbing these walls. I just did my nails, that kind of stuff. But also, on the other hand, there's many iterations of Scooby-Doo where Daphne is just a total badass. Where she just is like, oh, we need to get over there, so I'm going to, rappel down this castle wall, or I'm going to jump over this chasm while riding a motorcycle. So she just has this back and forth in her personality of, I'm either gonna be incredibly victim or incredibly overpowered, and she just gravitates and fluctuates between these two ends depending on what they need her to be in the particular iteration of Scooby-Doo. And in the latest movie, she's also like, she does not a whole lot going on there, but she is also kind of the voice of reason. She's the one that says, hey, all y'all, you're being stupid. Stop being stupid because you're being stupid. Just don't. Stop. So, she is like while Velma is the brains of everything, Daphne is the heart. She is like, no, this is stupid. We shouldn't behave like this. We shouldn't do this way. We should, be doing things the right way. The humane way. And then there's Fred. And there's like, in every iteration of Fred, we just have Fred do two things. Call out that it's over and the crime has been solved, and be the guy who owns the car. That's it. Fred is the best character because Fred has no personality. He's a blank slate for every writer to just do with Fred whatever they want Fred to do or be in that particular iteration of Scooby-Doo. If they want Fred to be the one that solves the puzzle, they can make Fred be the one that solves the puzzle. If they want Fred to be the guy who's actually like, no, we're friends and we should stick together, they can make Fred be that. Whatever they want to do, Fred is this like all-around character who can fill any role as necessary. So, like, for a lack of a better example, Fred is the Mario of Scooby-Doo. Both in the sense that, in theory, he's not the titular character, but he is the quote-unquote de facto main character. But also, much like Mario, if you need Fred to be like, Fred goes golfing, Fred goes playing tennis, Fred goes partying with his friends, Fred goes doing whatever, literally whatever, Fred can do it, because Fred has no personality whatsoever. Sometimes he's simple, sometimes he's smart, sometimes he's leader-like, sometimes he's just extra himbo. You know, Fred is Fred, and Fred is a writer's delight. So, in essence, that's their reasoning for why Fred is the best Scooby-Doo character. And of course, me explaining it like this haphazardly over 10 minutes does no justice, so to the whole explanation and essay that the guy went through the effort of doing, so I definitely deeply recommend you guys go and watch out that video. It's somewhere on YouTube, just look it up. I have no idea how to point in that way, because I don't remember the name of the guy who did the video essay. Because I was also, at the same day and same time, also going through videos of how to play Cortex RPG, the newest, coolest tabletop role-playing game in the market, except that it isn't. But it's kinda is, so I don't know. Because it's complicated. Book does not explain how to play the game, so you need to refer to a YouTube video to learn how to play the game, so So, you know, I was watching two very different things at the same time, and my mind was just everywhere. Fun. Who's that with the red name that I can't quite read? The Blader. Hello there. Welcome to the Twitch chat. How's it going, mate? So this guy is being burned alive, because for some reason these skeletons have the ability to be on fire, like they can spontaneously just catch on fire and burn whoever's, you know, besides them. So, yep. One thing that I'm little insight into the life of an artist. Every time I draw hands, I keep thinking, what would a person that is in this specific situation do with their hands? However, sometimes you don't have an answer for that, like, what would a person that is, you know, catching on fire do with their hands? I don't know. Never caught on fire before, never seen anyone catch on fire before. I don't know what someone would do with their hands. That I don't know. So, you know, I have to try and figure it out by approximating it to what would someone that is in horrible, acute pain do with their hands? I suppose they would, you know, do the claw, I guess. The claw of anguish. And the Blader, you're just good, just relaxing before work tomorrow. That's nice. Same for me. I'm just relaxing by streaming my work before I have to work tomorrow by finishing this work that I'm doing today. I guess. Don't know if you can call that relaxing, but it's fun. Hanging out with all y'all. Crazy kids. And 104 says, which Scooby-Doo character is the best in Jello Apocalypse? That might be the one. The thumbnail for the video is like which character is best and why it's Fred. It's just like there's a big Fred on the thumbnail. That's all I remember. I'm a visual person, I don't remember things that aren't visual. Alright. And also, wow, Jeff, thanks for subwoofing to the channel. Don't know that it's subwoofing will be that much good, but thank you nonetheless. Absolutely, definitely appreciate the support. I muted myself for a short while I was stretching my wrist. Doing some bending it forwards and backwards, putting a little bit of pressure to getting the tendons to strengthen themselves, the muscles and everything else. Because really, at this point, I just know that my wrist hurts, but I have no idea why. Like, it could be absolutely, literally anything. It could be just, I pulled a tendon too much and now it's inflamed. Could be that the muscles just got something weird happened to the muscles and now the muscles are all kind of fucked up. It could easily also be, maybe not easily, but it could be that I just happened to do something weird to, not drink enough milk, have brittle bones, and have the could have had a fracture in any of the thousands of bones in your hand, which is a lie. There's not thousands, but there's a bunch. And Jeff, you see a lot of tendinitis at work. Any numbness or burning? No, there's no numbness. There's no burning. There's no nothing. There's just pain when I pull my when I bend my hand too much to one side or another. And now with working, drawing specifically, every now and then I can feel like a little sting of pain. Feels like it's a sting of pain in the muscle at the base of my thumb, like shucks, yeah, like at the very base of my of the whole area of the thumb, like the biggest part of it, on the top where you can feel the bone and some of the muscles as well. If I press over there, I can feel it hurt. but also depending on just how I'm drawing and the kind of movements I do, there's a little stinging pain there. But it's nothing too like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. It's something very minor, very like, not fun, but oh well. Could absolutely do without this nonsense. It's going on in my hands. So, yeah, pretty much that. And also, damn, there's so many people following me that I didn't see. I don't have alerts going on. But yeah, all of you all, just doing a quick roundup of all the people that have followed me since I started the stream over on the Twitch chat, on the Twitch at least, because that's the one that keeps track of this nonsense. Coda Bear Bull, Drake Yarling 0101. Wait, what? Please don't. Kairos Walker, Felix Boltwood, Corhi 12345678990, Gambling Rudy, Hottie, I don't know, Gambling Roddy, Big No Named T, Kojiru, R Cornish 130, Shakers, and Kyrian Lion, and that's Natsui Firestone. All y'all new followers, thank you so very much for supporting me on Twitch and following me here. Alright. And Jeff says, yes, you are a massage therapist. I do remember that, but I mean, I suppose it makes sense that you would know the full anatomy, but I don't know, for some reason I think that whenever it's massage related, it's just like full, like big broad areas like the back, which are usually where people mostly have pains, I suppose. But it would make sense that you would also, you know, I guess, do massages on the hands to alleviate tendinitis and all that weird stuff. On the 10-year eminence, I have no idea. I just know how to draw anatomy, but I don't know the names of it. I'm probably from drawing an art. Absolutely, yeah. The thumb tendon could be slightly irritated. Try icing it after the stream. I will try that, yes. Definitely should. I think what might have aggravated that is two things. First, excess typing this past few days, because part of my work is also typing, and I've been typing a lot as of late. But also, usually I used to do like one comic page per week, and for a month now I've been doing 2 comic pages per week to try and catch up. So I'm slack, because I didn't post anything on October. So I don't know, maybe doubling my work load may not have been very good for my body. My body's probably complaining like, oh no, why? Why all of this work? Why do you hate me so? And Jeff says, I can see why someone would think that, but you do precision work too. That is good. Clearly I don't know very much about the work you do. But I appreciate the suggestion, the tip. I'll try some ice after I'm done here. I don't have any of those like handy dandy ice, not ice packs, but those thermal packs bag things that you can leave in the freezer, or fill with frozen water to have one of those. I don't have one of those. It would be good to have one of those. Okay, alright, I can't hold this off any longer. I have to look for reference. Come on, Google, give me your best skeletons. That's not a skeleton. The heck you're going on about? Actually, though, this is not Google. This is DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo definitely goes in a completely different direction with its search engine algorithms and results. It forgets that, oh yes, you speak Portuguese. You're in Brazil. Huh. I suppose I'm not gonna give you any localized search results. Which is, you know, kinda makes sense. It's part of the whole deal, because the idea with DuckDuckGo is for it not to keep track of things like your location. So it makes sense that it wouldn't. But then it's like, ah, cool. If I search weather on it, it doesn't tell me the weather for the place that I'm at right now, like Google does. Oh no. Jeff says the tenar eminent is comprised of the three muscles that controls the thumb. Also, if it continues, a support brace might help. A support brace? I would need to look into that, because I don't know what one of those is. There might also be something wrong with my setup, my work setup, which I've always thought is good, because for the longest time in my life, it has worked well for me. It's just now that it's started not working that well for me. I think it's like a combination of a lot of things. First is the excess work I've been doing this past weeks. A lot of typing, a lot of drawing. I've switched keyboards because my previous keyboard was just not good. I had to replace it, and this new keyboard that I have works slightly different. I'm still getting used to it, but because of how smaller it is in a way, I have to move my right arm further, so it's not being supported anywhere. So it's kind of just floating in midair as I type, which might be part of why I fucked up my wrist. So all of those things, me sleeping weird, it's just overall a series of unfortunate events. That may have caused a little bit of injury. But oh well, I'll get better, I always do. And when the forest says, what if you leave your hand in the freezer overnight? Yeah, I think Jeff is right, I will get frostbite. Which I think is like... I think there's like next to 0 annual incidences of frostbite in Brazil, because it doesn't happen ever. But oh well. And Jeff says, gotta go to bed, take care of that hand, don't be stubborn, if it gets worse consult your doctor, Chapel. I have no doctor. But I'll take care, and I'll take breaks, I'll be responsible, and I'll try and do the best I can to improve. Thank you. And have a good night. See you later, Jeff. Be a good boy. And Comida over at Picardo Chat. Hi there. Said hot, cool packs for healthcare. Yes, I don't have one of those. I had before, but I think my sister might have taken it with her when she moved away. I don't think I have that anymore. Also, it's far too big for my hand, I think. And I have big hands, but even that pack would have been too big. Also, if I have it around anywhere, it's probably like at room temperature, so until it freezes it would take forever. Or just do the whole fill a cup with ice, a bucket with ice, some water, and just leave my hand in there for a hot minute. And when the force is here, it's very cold. Winter and minus degrees. Minus 10 Celsius outside. Not sure if y'all use Celsius or Fahrenheit. What's Fahrenheit? There's no such thing called Fahrenheit. Are you talking about the book? Because that's the only Fahrenheit named thing I know. Or the game. There's no other things called Fahrenheit in the world. And Comida says, you know what they say about German Shepherds with big paws? They leave paw prints. That I do. I hardly ever walk in places that leaves paw prints behind, but when I do, boy, are there big paw prints everywhere. Like, look at all these bones here. The hand is full of them bones. Damn. But anyways, welcome to the stream, Kamita. How's it going? How are you doing? How have you been? How's all the things? All the questions and all the answers? Tell me everything. So, I learned that the most fun thing about this make-believe Fahrenheit thing, if it existed, it doesn't. But if it did exist, I learned a very fun thing, which is that you get the current temperature in Celsius, you double it, and then add 30 to it, and then you get what you would have been in this make-believe fictional thing called Fahrenheit. So minus 10, I believe, well, if you double it, it would become, in theory, minus 5, and if you add 30, it would be 35. No, 25. I guess? I can't math, I swear it. Let me consult DuckDuckGo. No, I was wrong. It says that minus 10 Celsius is 14 of that make-believe thing called Fahrenheit. If it were to exist. And Kamita says, going well, thanks. Been really busy lately, so it's good to just kick back and relax watching a stream. Why, thank you. I'm glad you think so, because I absolutely appreciate your presence here. Definitely, absolutely welcome. And finished 2 stories last month. That's nice. Have you? I have not been really following up on the stories that you've been writing and posting around and about. Have you finished the garlic knots at Danny's, or what it was called? I also forget the name. Sorry. Or not necessarily finished, but posted the second part because I'm curious to see how that story is gonna go. Oh my goodness. You say that it's close. Celsius times 9 divided by half plus 32 equals F. Whatever F stands for is the exact formula. So that's correct. However, no human being can make that calculation, you know, by head without using a calculator. Like, what the hell is 9/5? Nobody can do that. So instead, 9/5 kinda almost evenly fits the bill of 10/5, which is 2/1, which is double. So, you know, if we're rounding the division up, the +32, we round that down to 30. And if you round those things up and down, they kinda almost fit the bill. And then you get the result. It's like, it's not accurate, but it's not the exact conversion, but it's pretty dang accurate. It's like, if you're gonna be off, you're gonna be off by less than 5 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever that is, or 2 degrees Celsius, which is like an acceptable margin. Very acceptable, even. And Kameda, you still need to do that one. 14 garlic knots, part 2 still needs to be done. Gosh dang it. Let me know when it's finished. I'd be very interested in reading the continuation of that lovely story. Featuring characters whose name I don't remember, because I read that so long ago. I mean, I say long ago. Doesn't feel like it has been that long, but it has been at least, just from the top. Oh damn! From the top of my head, has been at least 6 months. And you do it in your head. Oh my goodness. Thinkers. I don't work with I didn't work with numbers, so my head can't do math like that. I am great, however, at quote-unquote memorizing the appearance of things and then later replicating that in visual media, but I'm not good at all at doing quick calculations with my brainium. That's something that I can do. Quick calculations is something that I am unable to can. And Camila, you said that it's coming along nicely. That's great to hear. I'm sure there's a lot of fans very excited to hear that story, or rather read that story. Oh boy, let me look up more references, because I didn't realize I would need that many for this one page. I'm looking up warrior armor. Let me throw in an old in that as well. See if it gives me anything easy to draw, because knowing how I'm going to do layers and layers and layers of plate and metal. Crazy, I can't do that nonsense. This I can do, ish. Yeah, sure, screw it, why not? This looks easy-ish. I mean, not easy, but actually be feasible, like... Oh, thought it was chainmail from the illustration. Sure, I mean, same nonsense, it's just like chainmail shirt and a leather shirt underneath. Like... heck yeah, I can do that. Yeah, something like this, like leather shirt underneath, chainmail shirt on top, and some religious emblem just for good measure, and a helmet, in case, you know, you need your quick math brainians intact for after the fight. So yeah, that's gonna be my reference, why not? A references. Plural. Also, hi, for those of you who are there, have been watching. We've been streaming, I've been streaming. We have been here together since I've began streaming for the past 4 hours, so has been a long time, and I'm still going to keep drawing because I have another page to finish sketching. So while we go into this 7-8-ish hour streaming journey together, how are you guys doing? How have you all been? What's up, y'all? Those of you who are there, who are in any way, shape, or form inclined to respond. Also, now I'm wondering, like, how do I easily represent chainmail in drawing? Because, chainmail in illustration is something that's like, I don't want to manually draw thousands of little circles intertwining each other. That's no fun. So, you know, ideally there has to be a way to do that a wee bit easier, more easily. So, I wonder. But that's a problem for future Doug, for line art Doug. Sketch Doug is just going to do this. Crosshatch. Oh yeah, sure. Why not? Let's say that it's the golden bangles that they're wearing that allows them to set people on fire. Would make sense, I guess, I suppose. Now, a good question. Does leather decays if buried underground for a long ass time? And 1 of 4. You're saying words. Doug, I love your stream so much. I'm so happy we're still streaming when I finish watching a movie with friends. But now it's 5:30 a.m., so I should at least pretend to go to bed. Keyword being pretend. Take your cell phone to bed with you. Watch under the covers, the blankets. But sure thing. Thanks for sticking around, stopping by, and enjoying some delicious theory crafting about both Scooby-Doo and the other thing that we were talking about. Story tropes. Have a good night, 1 of 4, and I'll be seeing you later. Bye-bye. I want to force. You're too cute. It was so fun to chat. Good luck with art. Bye. I don't need luck. I need money. Thanks. See you later. Also, I don't need money. I would like to have money. For a number of reasons. First is that the money allows me to need to do less stuff around and allows me to pay for other stuff to be done, that so I can rest and focus solely on the art. But also money is a good measure of how much my art is worth for others in some, no, made up notions of society and all that crazy jazz. In essence, I don't know what I'm saying. So you can just forget that I said any of that nonsense. Ooh, boy, now I just thought of something even worse. I mean, it is kind of something that I had already thought of, but I forgot I thought about that because potentially the notion of it scared me to death. Which is the fact that, hey, all of these skeletons here, what are the odds that all these skeletons are human skeletons? Maybe they're not human skeletons, maybe they're skeletons of other fantasy races, and the thought of having to research dozens of fantasy races of skeletons to more accurately represent this here battle scene was something that made me just go, you know what, nope, I have only so much time in this earth. I don't want to spend all of it doing one page. Kick-Ass as it might become, with all of its researched and varied plethora of fantasy races, skeletons attacking the protagonist, the main cast. Cool as it would be, it's still like more interesting to get the whole story going on. So, maybe like a couple if they're in the back and I can fake it well enough. That would be cool. Would you believe if I told you that I have never drawn like a skull before, like this, like impromptu, just go and do it. I mean, that's a lie. I have done it once. But even then, it's like, ugh. However long ago was that? And I also was line for line copying a drawing of a skull that I was seeing in front of me, the same angle, same position, same detail, same everything. In here, I'm just, you know, I'm freeballing it. I'm looking at a skull and being like, you know what? That's fine and dandy, but I need it in another angle, so let me rotate around in my version of the drawing. It's like, oh boy. Your knowledge of geometry, spatial geometry, needs to be so gosh dang good for you to be able to do this like that. Also, it's super silly, but usually in art of skeletons, they have the skeletons being like burrowing their eye holes to show that they're angry. And it's like, no, that's not how bones work. You can't do that. But also, you know, if you just draw a skeleton like this, it's like, can you really tell that this skeleton boy is like angry? That he's burning with a vengeful spirit? Can't tell that. So, you know, the whole artistic liberty thing is powerful. It's what it is. No, so screw this nonsense. I'm just gonna fill that part with black in the final line art because I'm not going through this nonsense. Okay, this person seems like they're in anguish enough. Enough pain from the being lit on fire. You can't see the fire because the fire is gonna be added in After Effects. We'll add the fire in post. Mainly because there's no way I can sketch fire. I mean, there is, but it wouldn't translate all that well. So, not even gonna bother attempting to fake that. So, those of you who are still alive and or awake, raise your hands. It would be good to know that there are still people there, despite what the numbers might say. Rather, I could go on a rant about whatever, but it would be good to you know, have a back and forth conversation with you all. Tiger is still there, just chilling. Ah, that's good. I keep forgetting about this, that people are just in a stream, not really to chat, but to just chill and have it in the background, relax, and have the whole everything playing out. I'm wired differently. Whenever I'm streaming, I'm in the socialization mode. Something in my brain just turns on, which tells me like, you're interacting with people, you have to socialize, you can't be quiet. Nobody will be having fun if you're quiet, unless everyone else is having a conversation of their own, which is not the case. So my brain is weird. Hey, Shakers, you're there as well. That's good to hear. And Chuno. Oh boy. I think I'm going to sketch these Skelly boys in the back tomorrow. For now, for today, I'm going to sketch this here page. And all I have left to do here is the background Skelly boys. Everything else is done. Took me 4 hours to do all of this. Oh my god. Now I'm going to sketch this here page, which is Satyr Boy here in panel 1. Satyr Boy again, Orc Boy in panel 2. Half Elf and Tiger Boy in panels 3, 5, and 7. In 6 is only Elf Boy and a running Skelly Boy. In panel 4 is 2 generic boys and big Tiefling Boy in the back. So, yeah. Gonna do these things that I can do from the top of my head first. Leave the rest for tomorrow Doug to deal with. I'm sure tomorrow Doug won't mind. Tomorrow Doug will be super okay with this, as a matter of fact. Then tonight Doug can still go and have food. By the way, this is the last page, completed last page. I need to have these pages open to use them as references. If you're a patron, you can follow them and see what's up with these delicious lovely pages. I just need this to get a good look reference wise for the Satyr man. So, for those of you who are around and about still, question. Is there something you guys want to hear me talk about? I know, something about my comics, something about my stories, something I might have some property to talk about, or just some random whatevers. Nothing is more fun than just going on an impromptu discourse about something that I have no idea of, except for the faintest ideas about. And be like, oh yes, let's argue about this thing. I have absolutely nothing in the way of knowledge or understanding of the topic, but argue I shall. What does this guy's nose goes again? Oh yeah, big bulging nose. Or Satyr man. Oh yeah, I should also leave a some notes for me, for future me. I suppose I should, just out of just, you know, whatevers, I guess, talk a little tiny bit about the story here behind these characters. These, like, where the idea for this comic came from, because I imagine that's an interesting tidbit of information to get. So, this here comic, the general gist of the idea for it is that forever ago, 2020 I believe, not mistaken, I was running a D&D campaign. Actually, I started running a D&D campaign in 2019, then I did another in... That one ended and I started another in 2020. And I was thinking, huh, I have this whole universe that I have pretty much came up with. This whole setting, rather. I don't have the whole universe. There's only one place. And it's hardly developed. Let's not do hyperboles just yet. I have this one setting that I have going on, and I wrote some... I didn't write, but I ran some stories in this game, so... In these games, so I have some property to talk about this setting. Kinda like... I have more property to talk about this universe here than I have to talk about the universe for my other comics, like the Call Me Yours, the Golden Week, and so and so. Because those comics are just pretty much the modern world, but oh, there's animal people, but there's no actual animals on the streets. Why not? Because I don't want to draw animals on the street. Background characters are crazy, get out of here. But it's kind of been part of the canon that there's no animals in the background, just because I'm silly. But then I was thinking, you know, is that a thing? Is that not a thing? What's my mind on that? And then on one comic, I made a throwaway joke about, oh no, there's no animals. What are animals? Which was meant to be a silly self-referential joke, but it kind of flatlined, didn't go anywhere. In any case, I don't... For my comics, my gay romance comics, I don't usually go on about the whole the setting, because the setting doesn't matter. It's just, it's modern times. It's, you know, developed enough that that it feels like relatable, but that's about it. What city is this? I don't know. What city does this represent? I don't know. How's the social, political, economic situation in this make-up city of yours? I don't know. It just exists. The city is not the focus. The focus is the characters and their stories and the fact that they may or may not bang at the end of it. So don't look at anything else. Just look at them too. Well, that's been the extent of my stories, my past comics thus far. It's just, here's a place where there's a story takes place, but the world does not matter. It could very well be our own, but I just changed some things because convenience sake. But it's things that needn't be changed, and now that they have been changed, it's like, what have been changed and why has it been changed? So I have no property to talk about that universe at all. However, on this here word for this medieval fantasy adventure, I have a lot of property to talk about because I have run games in it. D&D games, but games nonetheless. I have had over the 2 years that I've been running this game, I have had 15 players. No, 17 players altogether ask me questions about this world, like, what are the deities? What is this place? Where does these people come from? What's this? What's that? What are those? Players have asked questions, and I have had to come up with answers on the spot for what things are, where they come, and why they are, and all that nonsense. I mean, because I came up with those answers on the spot, they were not like the most well thought out and well interconnected fantasy world you've ever seen. But it made sense then to a point that it's like, okay, let's not question it any further. I'm satisfied with this answer. And in the end, that's all you really need, I guess. It's like something that makes enough sense that your players don't question it and just move on with the fiction and keep playing the game. And that kept being the case to such a point that, like, you know, over the course of the game, you go through so many adventures that eventually have to flesh out a lot about your world that you may not have initially thought of. And I did. Mostly what I ended up fleshing out was some characters, because alas, the games that I was running in 2020, they didn't end. I mean, they didn't finish, they did end, but they ended unfinished. So all of this, I have all of these characters whose stories are unresolved. NPCs rather, so my own background characters. And I thought, wait a moment, all of these characters, they have like stories of their own that I could use on a comic if I were to do one. And there's this one character, Rags, the protagonist, quote unquote, who all my players apparently have been very, 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 very keen about. Everyone seems to like him. And he was an absolutely random character I came up with one random day, so didn't have much going on for him, but the players latched onto him to such a degree that he became a very big character, to the point that even I, who cared none for him at the beginning, started to see the appeal in him. Also, hello there, Trashua on the Picardo stream, and hello there, Shadow Wolf. Wolf Aswa. Is that an A? Can't quite read. Hello there, Shadow Wolf on Twitch chat. How are both of you doing? Good, I hope. In any case, the players latched onto this character so much that even I started to look into him. Like, what's up with this character? Where would I have gone if I had the opportunity? Like, where else would his story have gone? And I had some thoughts and ideas, and I did actually write them. But I realized that, okay, this is like a good beginning, but boy is it boring. I mean, it's not boring. I mean, never mind, it is kind of boring. But on top of it being boring, it's like, it only works if the readers already know who Rags is. And sure, the people who played in my game are 100% caught up to who Rags is. Who he is, what he has done, where he is going, they know all of that. But anyone else that would experience this comic in any way, shape, or form would have absolutely no idea who Rags is. So they wouldn't have been able to enjoy that particular version of the story. So I started rethinking that and saying, hey, how can I rewrite this story in a way that people who are not familiar with D&D, people who are not familiar with my characters, my universe, how will they be able to follow along to this story? And I rewrote the story to such a degree that now you can follow up on all of this. And that was a little bit of a challenge, but I did it. I had to keep asking some friends for feedback and forcing them to read through some of my early reviews of the story. But in the end, they all agree that yes, I like this beginning. It's very on point, very like action-packed oriented. Right from the word go, it gets you going, gets you curious about what's going on. It fills all of the necessary notes for why should I care about this Tiger Boy. And or maybe not all of the notes, but it's like there's way worse beginnings that I could have written, and I think that as far as beginnings go, this is a strong one. In essence, I wanted a beginning where the characters don't yet know one another, and that the characters getting to know one another and having their background secrets revealed would be interesting. But the problem then becomes that having a story where characters are still introducing themselves to each other is like, such a slow start. It takes forever to get like introductions out of the way, so they need to get introduced in some like super snappy, jazzy, bang bang whoa way sort of deal. And it's something that I did not even think about until someone reminded me later on, like, hey, that's kind of like how they do the opening, the first episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. They introduce the main characters who are still being introduced to one another, they don't know each other. They introduce the main villain, and they introduce the overall plot, all in a single episode, and that's like masterful storytelling. I'm like, oh cool, I'm not that good, and I don't have like a... To be honest, I don't have a villain for this story as of yet. I'm just kinda still focused on, hey, these characters need to get to know each other first. And that is like a very bad move on my part. I should have a villain set out already. I mean, I kinda have a big character introduced on page 7, but that's not Spoiler alert, not a villain per se, so if from the very beginning the players don't the readers don't know like who are they going against, what they're going against, it gets kinda kinda iffy as far as stories go. But I'm hoping that people enjoy the fact that, hey, maybe they don't need a villain right away. Maybe they just need like an obstacle to overcome. And Shadow Wolf, you say, good indeed, and chicken. Yes, there is chicken in this comic. And Trashua says, I'm doing good, just chilling. Ah, that's great. Great to hear. Apparently we have transitioned out of the chill song selection and are now in the kinda what do I call it? The more, oh boy, what's the word? The moodier songs of the playlist. And Shadow, you used to love chicken when you were little. They're cute. They can be cute, yeah. I also used to be very fond of chickens when I was little. Really liked them, but then, you know, when you're little, that's when you get fears imprinted onto you, even though you never encountered the thing. You learn to be afraid of things because you see your guardians and protectors being afraid of them. And when you see adults being like, oh no, I don't want to get close to chickens, they're gonna no, they're gonna pack you, then you're like, oh no, maybe I should be afraid of this thing that this adult is afraid of, because the adults know what's up. 100%, every single adult knows exactly what's up and they have their whole lives figured out. If they are afraid of chickens, I should be afraid of chickens. Little do you know that actually that's a big fat lie. But in any case, adults were afraid, well, not all adults were afraid of chicken. Neither of my parents were, but my parents were very like, stay away from chickens, they're gonna pack you. And then I did meet other adults later on that were like, oh no, I've been packed by a chicken, that sucks. I've been stung by a bee, it sucks. I don't want to get stung by bees, so I'm going to go through these precautions to not get stung by bees. So you get this idea that, oh no, getting stung by a bee or packed by a chicken must be horrible because people go out of their way to avoid it. So neither of those things have ever happened to me because I've been just so averse to getting close to either to get that experience. Yeah, I imagine it's very, very, very unfun for both of those things to happen. But yeah, with time I lost my fondness for chickens. And I think they also lost their fondness for me. I don't do well with animals, really. Shadow, they said the same to you. Of course, I mean, adults don't want you to get injured, so they will tell you, like, stay away from chickens, stay away from bees, stay away from that dubious friend of yours in school that looks like he will steal everything in our house if we let our eyes out of them. Be careful of all of those things. So we learn to be afraid of things that we wouldn't otherwise be. But such is life. In any case, as I was saying about the comic, I have no real idea yet of who the villain of the story is going to be. I have some notions, some things I want to see through, but first, what I wanted to really write about was a story where all of these characters meet and like get together, as in, hey, maybe we should be a party, I'll, do our own thing. And usually that's not how, an adventure story goes. Usually the party is already formed and they just go and have the adventure and pick friends along the way. But all of these characters here, I have gone above and beyond, not really, but to make them quote-unquote undesirable, in some manner of speaking. In-universe, rather. In-universe, they're undesirable. So, Rags is a criminal, Garius looks hideous, Elion is cursed, and Terev is... you'll see what's up with Terev whenever he shows up. He'll show up like right at the beginning of the next issue. So all of these characters, they have something going on against them. Things that in-universe makes them, oh, I don't want to be near you, I don't want to be associated with you, I want distance from you because you're, no, not. You're trouble. And I know it. So what I wanted to establish first is that all of these characters are shunned by society to some degree, and they kind of find solace in one another. It's like, oh, all of us are shunned, all of us are outliers, but we don't really care about that in each other. Like, whatever's going on with you is none of my business. I don't care. To the point of like, I don't feel bad about traveling alongside a cursed boy. I don't feel bad traveling alongside a criminal. I don't feel bad traveling alongside a monstrous-looking person that may or may not be possessed by the devil. They're like, I don't mind. Let's travel together. And then the band gets assembled. Once the band gets assembled, that's when we can do the whole, like, alright, now we can focus on a big bad for them to go about solving. But the first hurdle in their way, I want it to be just them getting over the fact that, well, not getting over the fact, but getting introduced to the fact that, hey, all of us are outcasts, so maybe we should band together. And then start their whole adventure. But also, like, there's this there's this TV show called Invincible. It's based on the comic of the same name by Robert Kirkman, published by Image Comics. It's a very good show, it's a very good comic, and if you watch the show, it's like, oh, I like this first episode, I like this whole everything that's going on here. But then when you read the first issue, it's like, oh, holy shit, how in the absolute nunny the fuck did they go about expanding these 20 pages of comic into a 45-minute episode? It's like uncanny how they go about doing that, but they do that. They're like, sure, cool, alright, fun. You rewrote a lot of stuff to make that fit, but cool, you absolutely did it. And that's what I'm thinking, it's like, maybe the comic can get away with with like just giving a little tiny baby Hurlo at first, and then taking its sweet time to catch the big bad. Because like, if every 20 pages of comics that I'm doing here gets adapted into TV, it would be like a, I don't know, a 15-minute adaptation. So, no, not even that, like 10 minutes. So 3 issues, 3 comics, 60 pages, 100 pages even, can be adapted into a, I don't know, a 30-40 minute episode. In other words, you would be able, if this were like a TV show, you would be able to tell way more story with the time you have, compared to if you're trying to tell the story through comic form. Which is all to say that I believe I can take my time, and it's best if I do firmly introduce the characters first before just saying, yes, all of you readers, you have no idea who this bunch of people are, just believe me. They are all best friends, they have been traveling together for a while, they love each other, good. Now let's talk about this big bad villain. And you, the reader, is like, no, wait, hold on. I don't know them, who are they? And I want, you to care about the characters before moving on. So I need to introduce them, but I also need to introduce random fiery skeletons that are attacking you for no reason to, keep the pace of action. That's so you're not like, ugh, it's 60 pages of people talking about their problems, Instead, it's like, oh no, 60 pages of these guys against all odds banding together because bad things just keep happening. So cool, let's go with that. And also, hello there, non-binary. Sorry, I can't English. Welcome. You're new here. I can see that. Why am I doing this comic? And for animation, it has to do with a ratio of content density versus frames drawn. More or less, yes. For animation, rather, is that, say, a conversation that in a comic would take like 2 pages, when converting it to animation, you would have to have voice actors read those lines of dialogue and pace it in a natural way, which can be complicated to do, but ultimately you're limited by the time that it takes to physically have those sentences read and acted out. Because like, action scenes can be translated like, oh, let's have this action scene play a little bit faster, let's cut some bits. Or, oh no, this action scene is important, let's add more beats to this action scene, let's make it longer. But because there's no real conversation, there's no information that is being delivered or conveyed, the action scene is just eye candy, so to speak. Conversations, however, cannot be rushed. So that's what actually tells you what the length of the thing is going to be. If you cut down just to the essential bits of conversation, that's how long it'll take. And then you fill in the in-betweens with whatever needs to be filled with, and adjusts likewise. Or at least, that's what I think. I don't work in the animation industry at all, so I have no idea. That's my guess. I might be absolutely 100% wrong about all of that which I have just said, so don't take my word for it. That's just what I think would be the limitations for it. And hi there, non-binary. How are you doing tonight? Tonight for me, at least. I don't know what time it is for you. Why am I doing this comic? Oh boy. Previously, I have done some gay romance comics, gay romance furry comics, and I really enjoyed them, but I've spent like the last 10 years doing gay romance comics, and at this point I'm like, you know what, let me try something new, something that branches out of that. Especially because some of these, I mean, even though I do like to write my gay romance comics, they have a little quote-unquote issue, which is the readers, eventually they're like, I really like how this is going. When are your characters going to bang? And ultimately, like, sure, I know that that's what everyone is hoping for, is for the characters to bang, but I don't know that I want to illustrate that because there's no character development that happens during the banging, usually. So, and also the sex scenes are just so boring to write and illustrate. They're an absolute buzzkill. I hate doing those. Weirdly enough. So, ideally, I want to not do those. But ultimately, that is what the readers are expecting. They want to see the characters bang, so. It's like, alright, what if I write something else though? Something that doesn't naturally lead to that. Which is what I did with my previous comic, Call It What You Want. In the end, it was not about the characters banging. In the end, it was about the characters getting over past traumas and getting together. Which they did. It's a brilliant comic I wrote with the help of some friends. And I really like how it turned out. A lot of people felt like that comic affected them deeply. Mostly because the one of the protagonists, he's an autistic boy, and boy I say, he's like 25. One of the protagonists is autistic, and the whole gist of the story is that there's this character, the primary protagonist, who's, you know, afraid of relationships because of all the past trauma he's endured with his previous relationships, or rather his one previous relationship that was like the big one. So he's not really into the idea of getting on a new relationship. But then here comes this boy that is just has such a different world vision due to his autism, that he actually managed to penetrate this impenetrable barrier of, no, I don't want any relationships with anyone. And then the primary protagonist is like, I'm interested in you, maybe we should talk some more. And then they start hanging out, and then things go on. And then only in the end, in the very end, it is revealed that, oh, my parents are being kind of weird with you around me because of my autism, but yeah. So because of that, a lot of, well, not a lot, I say a lot, but might have been only two as far as I can tell. Some readers have been like, oh wow, thanks to your comics, singular, I found out that I'm autistic. So hooray, thank you for writing this. It really made me open up my eyes. And some other readers being like, wow, I am autistic, and I never seen a positive representation of autistic people like this. I really like it. Thank you so much for writing this. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm making a difference in this dog-dang world. But then, of course, there were the plethora of people who were like, okay, when are they gonna fuck? Wanna see them getting naked in bed. And I'm like, I don't wanna draw that. I mean, I don't mind drawing it, but that's not what I wanna make a comic about. And then because everyone was so horny, I said, sure, alright, screw it, I'm going to make a porn comic for you all. So I got a comic that I had already written, which is like just fan service. I illustrated that, and I almost died. Inside, that is, because It was just so unfun to do. I really did not like that comic. Drawing that comic. And then I was like, you know what? Screw this whole gay relationship nonsense. I'm going to draw something that I'm going to do something else. And then I looked into, you know, D&D, which is something I have been playing a lot of in recent years, and I realized, you know what? It's finally time I think I take a jab at writing a D&D story, an illustrated D&D story, and that's why I started doing this comic, is to scratch that itch of I have this setting, I have these characters, I have this idea for a story, I have the butter and the knife. All I need to do is start doing it. And of course, I also need readers. And kinda hurts a little bit that most of my readers are like, no, we're here for the porn. What's this? You're drawing a comic in which there's no hint of porn ever happening? No, I'm out of here. But in a way, I kinda also did start this here comic to be able to be like, you know what? I've been doing comics for a decade, but there's... I can't really show my comics to any regular person because they're gonna be like, is this porn? Doug, are you showing me porn? Why are you showing me porn? And you know, I don't wanna do that. It was bad enough already when one of my comics got published and they, because of like some minor problems here and there, I had to have them shipped to my former parents-in-law, father and mother-in-law's house. So it got there, they received it, and then when I went there to visit once with my ex, I opened up to show them like, oh, these are my comics, they have been published, look at this. And that was the one chapter in which there's like some hardcore sex scenes going on. I'm like, oh no. And they kinda opened it up, flipped through the pages, saw those sex scenes, and then closed it, put it back down, and said, cool, alright, great. Huh. Alright. I see. And then they didn't talk about that at all for the rest of my visit there, or ever again, as a matter of fact. So... it's like... cool! I do really good art. I like my art. I think I'm a very good artist. I think I'm a very good writer. And some people have gone on record to say that, yes, I agree, you do good art, you do good stories. But it's like, I can't show it to people. So I'm going to die in the furry fandom community because I can't really show this my work to anyone else. Because they're already gonna be weirded out by the porn, but then they're gonna be even weirder out because of the animal porn. Well, animal people porn. The antro porn. You get what I'm saying. It's gonna be like not impossible to branch out of it unless I do something different, which is this comic here. In fact, this is the first time I've ever shared a comic on like Reddit, because my previous comics just can't. They are unable to can. In any case, Non-Binary says, interesting, do you know about the autistic experience to be able to describe justly? Just trying to see how you approach your narrative building. I did ask a few people about, like, autism. In fact, at first I just wanted to be like, I want to have this character that has, like, some kind of mental something that causes them to see the world in this vastly weird and different way. But I don't know exactly, like, what condition would I use to have them be like this. And then a friend said, maybe the character could be autistic. And then they went to describe, like, autistic people do this, do that, and and went on to explain to me about autism, and I was like, you know what, that's interesting. Let me do some research. And I started asking some people like, hey, are you autist? Are you in the spectrum? Can you tell me a little bit more about your life, your experience with that? Can you tell me how you have, you know, how is it living for you knowing that? What do you do to go about your life with that in mind, you and those around you? And I also did some reading on autism to learn a few things, and then I'm not an expert on autism, but I learn things that people wouldn't really tell me. As in, it's not things I would naturally come across. It's things that, unless you actually actively go searching for the information, you wouldn't really learn about. And then, after this research, I went back to some friends that are not in this spectrum, but are incredibly, amazingly empathetic persons that can describe, like, what's going on in someone's mind. Like, sorry for the heavy noises. A mosquito was flying from my microphone. I have some friends who are very empathetic, and they were able to explain to me, like, kinda what goes on in the mind of an autistic person. I saw some videos, I did some research, and I didn't go like super down the rabbit hole, but I tried to do my best, and then I went to write the story. And yeah, that's the steps I took for it, really. And Dalphakins, hello there. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How are you doing? The community is most composed of this kind of person. Most of people are patronized, I think, what this reactions is the normal one. The furry community is nowadays more recognized, however, in a very bad way. I think it's the other way around, actually. If I'm being honest. Nowadays you can actually just go and say, oh yes, I'm a furry. Back when I got into the fandom, it was the kind of stuff that it's like, you wouldn't say, oh, I like furry stuff. You would say, oh, I like Entro art. Because the furry name had a very bad association. Now, furry is not like a cringe thing, now it's a meme. I mean, it's still cringy in some ways, but it's more of a meme than wholeheartedly cringe. So, I think it's not as badly recognized today as it was previously. But, oh well. What do I know? Now, Binary says, well, if you want to do a romantic vibe comic without them having to bang, make them asexual. That is actually the next story I had written and was halfway through writing. This is kind of spoilers, but one of my stories, We Got Another Year, features this character, Rob, who's a horse, who's in college, law school, and he meets this guy, and they're like, they hit it off, and all that, and all of that goes on. But then this guy's like, "Oh, can I go over to your place?" And then they go, and it's like, "Oh, are we going to bang? Are we going to do stuff?" And then that's when Rob goes like, "Oh, I'm actually ace. I would prefer not to." And that's when the other guy's like, "Oh, really? But you're a horse. Look at the size of your dick. It's a waste for you not to use all of that, blah, blah, blah." And then the whole comic story would be about the other guy coming to grips with the fact that I can actually like someone romantically without having to, you know, boil it all down to sex. However, I was actually intending to have that story as a visual novel. Mostly because I'm a sick fuck. Not really. The idea is that in a visual novel, most visual novels are like, it's a collect-a-thon, a bang-a-thon, because you're there just to go through this character's route to bang them, either in the end or midway through it. So, if all of a sudden you, the protagonist, is like, everyone wants to bang except for me, I actually actively want to not bang, and you, as the player, have to consciously make the decision of, I'm not going to bang all of these people, that's, I think, a very good way to force, quote-unquote, the reader slash player to recognize that, hey, Rob, this character, is ace, and he does not want this, so I shouldn't force him to do it. So I think that that would be a very fun way of doing that. However, writing visual novels is tricky, hard, and takes forever, so I have stopped. And Dalfakan says, I'm certain what you got the question, are you a furry? Actually, if that has happened, it has happened like twice in the past 10 years, because I'm such a weird fuck that I don't socialize outside the fandom, because, I mean, I do art, I do furry art, I work from home, I don't go out of any furry circles in my life. Haven't gone in ages, so it's like I don't interact with non-furry people because I just don't happen to share any spaces in which that could happen. So if I meet someone, it's like 90% chances that they are also furry or furry adjacent, to the point where it's like, cool, you're furry, whatever, let's talk. And Non-Binary says, are you going to play your readers with the expectation? Amazing. And yo, that story is great, coming from personal experience. Well, thank you. And do you think your audience can overcome their horny for the sake of Rob? That was my hope. That they would, like... Because the whole first episode of the visual novel, which I have written and posted, is all about Rob being this very empathetic person who really cares about others, takes time to really go out of his way to care about people and talk to them, to try and understand everyone else, try and really, like, let's do things the good way, let's, you know, be rational, let's not forget our emotions, let's be friends. He's that kind of guy. He's like, things can be good. We just have to try. Kinda. So he is that kind of guy. So, and like, in most visual novels, the protagonist has no personality. They're like a blank slate for the player to be able to insert themselves into them. But in my story, Rob is actually a protagonist with a personality. You can't run too far from what he's already written as, which is done on purpose. You are meant to experience who Rob is, and you know, through the course of the first episode, you get to meet Rob, you get to meet some of his friends, you get to see him care about some other people and start to go out of his way to help sad other people. And then then at the beginning of the next episode, he would actually have this moment with the other guy where he goes, you know, I really like you, but I don't want to do anything because I'm Ace, and I don't want to ruin what we have or let our relationship rest on top of us banging. And then those two guys would start to, have a heart-to-heart and get on with stuff. However, that is something that I had reserved for episode 2. I didn't put that in or any hints to that in episode 1. So I finished episode 1, posted it around on the internet, and everyone immediately, everywhere in the comments was like, is this gonna be not safe for work? Are they gonna bang? How do I romance the crocodile guy? I was like, ugh. It was so heartbreaking. To be like, ugh. You're gonna hate it when I review like, oh, but Rob is Ace. Nonetheless, I do think that, just by using clever writing, by it's like Rob giving you like a cop out every time you want to say, hey Rob, let's bang, and you as Rob have the option of saying, no, I'm asexual, or like, sure, and then if you choose a sure, it doesn't go straight away to the sure, it goes to the, okay, but you see, and you get another chance to back out of that and be like, but actually, I'm asexual. And if you ignore all of these warnings and choose to go ahead with that, then it's like, oh, Rob actually has a very miserable time with that. He actually does not enjoy it, and is like, he would describe the whole scene as he had a lot of fun, and I was just here counting the minutes until it was over. So, like, usually when you're writing porn, you want to make the action as enticing as possible, but if you write the character as being miserable, nobody's gonna be able to, have fun reading that. Everyone's gonna be like, how am I supposed to have a boner when you're describing your character as being depressed and miserable in this very hot scene? Why would you do this, you monster? And I would hope that through that, people would be like, okay, I guess that Rob is happier if I actually don't force him to go through sex scenes. And then through that, you would come to understand that. You, the reader / player. Because if it is a conscious effort on your part to see Rob happy, then you understand that, okay, maybe I don't need him to bang to be happy. But then again, I immediately get the sense that that's not the story my readers want to see, and they'll actually complain a lot if I go on with that. Which is something I want to do. I want to tell that story. But it's like, I think it was like 2020 when I started writing that story, and I was thinking, you know what would be really cool? I want to write as a story that's like, sure, is a bangathon where it's like you have the protagonist and you can bang whoever. Choose who you want to bang, pretty much. Except that everyone is like in their last month of training in a police academy, and all of the bangable people are like other police cadets that you can choose to bang, and it would be like super cool and super hot and super kinky, maybe. But then 2020 was the year in which the whole incident with George Floyd happened, and all of a sudden everyone universally was like, no, cops are bad. And I was like, okay, let me throw away all of this work that I put into writing this story, because there's no way I can release this now. So I had to start again, and I wrote a new story, now with Rob. And the whole Ace thing and so and so. So it's like, Apparently, my visual novels are cursed because the subject matter that I choose to write about is something that people are not going to be okay with. Ever. So, go figure. And non-binary says, oh yeah, I've met an ace person like this. She has love for everyone, but then everyone gets addicted to that love she unconditionally gives and they end up wanting to bang her. She says she has really struggled with the "you just haven't met the right one" comment. Oh yeah, that's not how it works. Not at all. People say that also to... Well, apparently that's the thing that women hear all the time. Because my sister is gay, and she has time and time again met boys who are like, oh, you just haven't met the right man yet. And every time and time again she tells me those stories. I'm like, oh boy, that's not how it works. Because, you know, growing up with a gay sister and seeing the struggles that she went through with our parents, she'd be like, no, this is who I am and blah blah blah. Then you really realize that, no, this is not a choice. You're not choosing to make your life harder on purpose. This is who you are. You can't change that. And then choose someone to just have the gumption of coming up to you and say, oh, it's just because you haven't met the right man yet. It's like, huh. Oh, you. And Shadow says, I mean, most people expect to bang when a not safe for work artist such as yourself do something. That is true, yeah. People... I mean, I have done not safe for work comics in the past, so people probably expect me to keep the trend up. Go figure. And non-binary says, are you saying Doug created a worldview about himself and now struggles to change it? Yes, 100% yes, because it's true in two different axes. The first is that I have drawn a lot of not safe for work stuff, so that's what people expect of me. So that's like of an outward thing, but also inwards is of a... I really like the furry fandom community. Furries are just like... is where I feel comfortable at, is a bunch of like-minded people that I can just talk to about the weirdest stuff ever, or the most common stuff ever, and I know that I will not be judged if I say, oh, and by the way, I'm a dog, woof woof. So it really eases a lot of this social anxiety that I have, because I do have chronic anxiety. So, you know, being able to connect with people immediately through the furry fandom eases a lot of the social anxiety I have. And, you know, this level of comfort that I find in the furry fandom, I cannot find anywhere else. Even like comic book artists, like illustrators, if I go to a place where there's a bunch of illustrators just illustrating, that's what I do for a living, that's what I have done my whole life, I will struggle to talk to them. Because, like, sure, you illustrate, but I can't assume a lot about you because of you are an illustrator, but I can assume a lot about you because you are a furry. As in, I can assume that you will not be weirded out if I say, hey, woof woof to you, or if, I don't know, I imagine that you have already met a lot of weird people and you have like kind of a filter and you aren't nearly as bothered when you interact with someone that just, you know, is a little bit weird in the way that they all act, talk, or behave. An illustrator, I think that the most weirdest people that they will have met are people who have like a lack of awareness with the whole, it's just a drawing, do me a drawing, it's easy, you do it anyways. I think that that's like the wildest, weirdest person they have encountered. Like, oh no, $100 for a drawing? Are you crazy? I can do that. I can do a drawing myself for free. Like that. Those are the like the wildest, weirdest kind of persons an illustrator would encounter. But a furry will encounter people 1,000 degrees worse than that. So I know that they will have like a much higher tolerance for, you know, an awkward penguin like me. So I can connect with furries more easily. So, you know, going to fur meets and talking to furries and all that, it's something very comfortable for me, and also very hard for me to branch out of. So, like I said, out inwards is also a very weird is a very hard worldview for me to change. The fact that I can, and for the sake of my mental health, should absolutely branch out of befriending furries. I should have friends that are not furries, because I almost exclusively only have furry friends. I should meet people that are not furries and, you know, have them as friends. But it's like, cool, alright, we like games, we like TV shows, we like illustrations, we like this and that, we like a lot of things, but there's some part of me that you're missing and that you will never get, and that we can't share. And this creates a barrier for me that's like, cool, but yeah. So is a change that would be good for me to, you know, learn to branch out of having furry friendships, but is also as impossible for me to change as it is for other people to change the fact that, hey, from now on Doug is not going to draw porn anymore. I don't believe you. Same vibe. It's just outward word changes and inward world changes, I suppose. And AlphaCan says, do you know what doing this asexual thing goes against the nut mind of most furries from Defendant? I do know, and the thing is that I don't quite care, because I wrote a comic where the character is like an autistic guy. I didn't need to write that. I could have written any kind of comic, any kind of story, and so long as, like, and you know, I slip a little butt here, a little pee in there, people would have gone nuts and they would be like, "Whoa, best comic ever! I really like this character," and blah 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 blah. Mostly because my previous comics were like, there was a lot of sex, but there was also like, hey, we have this kind of problem that we want to overcome, and, you know, maybe make it relatable. Like with Nathan was the whole coming out to my parents and this and that. So I could keep doing stories like that, but I wanted to, you know, reach those people that don't get enough representation, especially positive representation. Because over the years, I have met, like, my two of my best friends are autistic persons, and they have helped me immensely when I was going through my worst. And it's like, wow, who would have guessed? Never would you have thought that, hey, the people who have helped me the most when I needed was autistic persons. And I have also been talking to some people that are like asexual, and it's like, I can't quite, you know, feel right in the society because of that. Like, there's this pressure to, you know, be sexually active because, you know, that's the society that we exist in. Like, there is this pressure, but that's not who I am, that's not what I want, that's not what I do. So why don't people get it? Why don't people understand that there are people out there who are not into sex at all? And, you know, having these friends, talking to them on a nearly daily basis, you get to see their struggle, and it pains me that, hey, they are struggling with this something that no one else is, and no one gets to see their struggle. I would like for other people to see this struggle and be more mindful of it, because literally what I want is, hey, my friends are suffering because of something, and I would like for them not to suffer because of this something. How do I go about making them not suffer? Oh, maybe I should raise awareness. But There's only so much you can do by shouting on the Twitter, hey, they're ace people don't like sex, leave them alone. And it's a completely different matter entirely, making a whole project about that. So that's my view on the subject. Sort of. And Shadow says the Riddles will get the bad ending just to bang poor Rob. You see, that's the thing, really. That's the thing. My idea for the whole story is that there's just like hardship after hardship after hardship going on for Rob, and the only, actual niceness that he will get in his life, is just the whole my friends and this person that I like, that likes me back. So it would be fun if, like, the players were like, oh, so the only moment in this story that I'll see Rob happy is when he's, not engaging in sex and actually having a good moment with this guy that he loves. So that was my thought, is like, doesn't seem that all that alien a concept to me. But I don't know. I suppose that there are people that would be just absolutely 100% unable to grasp that. And Non-Binary says, I'm not in the furry community and I came here because of your art, but thanking for that insight. Ability to connect with others is literally the most human trait. Yeah. It's a struggle. And less judging, more awareness, I for sure hear you. Why, thank you. That's like, over time, that's something that I have been valuing more and more and more, which is just empathy. It's such a... I won't say it's basic, but it's like something that everyone should be able to do, and everyone should do more, is be more empathetic, be more like, hey, how are you doing? How are you truly doing? And like, actually care about people, because for the longest time I have had a cynical worldview, but I've always every day since like middle school I've been thinking, oh, everyone asks me like, how are you doing? And I say, I'm doing good, but I'm not really doing good. Why do I keep saying I'm doing good when I'm not doing good? Oh, if I say I'm not doing good, they'll either be like, oh, alright, or they'll be like, oh, but why? And then I'll have to explain why I'm not doing good, and I don't want to, because there's nothing that they can do about it, really. But, the being able to share things, talk to people, and genuinely care about each other is something that I feel is really necessary, and something that I would have liked to have more in my life. And, something that I try now to changing myself and put forwards. Be more empathetic, care more about people. And Shadow says, I stopped doing animation when most people that wanted to commission you said the famous, you're not that good to charge 150, the max I can do is 10. Oh boy. Yeah, that's also a stab to the heart right there. But to a degree, kinda is something that you will go through. A lot of people will say, no, that's not within my price range, or no, are you crazy charging for that? Never. But that's actually something that a strategy that I started doing a while ago. Once backfired, but kind of weirdly. It's a funny story, actually. I usually don't do commissions because I don't like drawing thing for other, because people just come with the blandest ideas and characters that I'm like, sure, I don't really care. Says I, who was just talking about empathy. And like, I do want to be empathetic and care more about people, but also at the same time, like, no, I don't want to engage. I don't have the mental energy now, right now, to engage with your idea of your character banging in or being banged or whatever. But the person came and said, "Hey, are you doing commissions?" And I said, "What do you have in mind?" And they said, "Oh, I have this idea." And I said, I don't even know why. I guess he didn't ask me like, "Are you doing commission?" He just asked me, "How much would you charge for this?" And I said, "Oh, for that." And because I was thinking, I don't want to do this, I said, I don't remember how much I said, but like, if usually I would have charged 100, I charged 150. I highballed my price a lot and said 150. And they said, "Cool, there you go, paid," because they commissioned me once before and they had my PayPal address, so they were like, "Cool, there, I have already paid it for you." And I'm like, "What? No, what shit? No, what?" And lo and behold, the money was already in my account. I was like, "Shit, fuck, and now I have to do this." No. So I went and stopped everything I was doing to draw this commission, because normally I like to only get paid when I finish the stuff. I don't like to get paid before I even start working on the thing. So I stopped everything I was doing and started to make a mad dash to finish that commission. And I did. I finished the commission like a day and a half after he commissioned me. Commission, quote unquote. And I was done with the commission, like, "Cool, great, cool." And I posted it, like, "Here you go." And they're like, "Oh, amazing, it looks awesome, thank you so much." And I'm like, cool, there you go. And every time I look back through my art folders and I see that drawing, I'm like, did I draw this? I don't remember drawing this. I have no recollection of drawing this. I don't know that I drew this. It's like, it was such a... I don't even know how to describe it. It was just like an otherworldly experience, all of that exchange that I guess I purged from my mind the memory of having drawn that. So it was like super weird. But it worked for me. It's like, I didn't want to do the commission, I super highballed the price and the person paid it, so like, cool. I didn't want to do this anyway, but I did, you're happy, and I got paid way more than I would have normally, so... I mean, profit, I guess, huh? And Alphakin says, "Let me say here too what I liked a lot, the history about the autism boy and the other kind tower boy. That's a weird quote-unquote thing about Bradley, the bull. Has every reason to not be kind because of his past trauma relationship, but he is nice and kind. He doesn't have to be, but he is. And going a little bit back to my Fred from Scooby-Doo discussion from earlier, it's like Bradley doesn't have that much of a personality going on for him, like much of a thing, but he is like a well-rounded character, like it or not. He has his own voice, has his own deals, his own things going on. It's just that all throughout writing his first story and so, I never really thought much about him, because ultimately this story was about Nathan, the tiger. And I just completely forgot that he existed until I started to write his story with Francis, the autistic hyena boy. Then I started to think a little bit more about Bradley as a character. Non-binary says that's why art is so important. Art connects people through their senses and imagination. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree. It's like, not only that, yes, art does connect people, but also on top of that, as a whole, it's like I have been doing comics for 10 years. Like it or not, I have built a following, a decent I want to say, number of people who know me, know my work, and well, they know my work, they don't know me. A decent number of people who are like, hey, there's this guy who does comics and he's good. I'm not entirely sure that I follow everything that he does, but I respect his work enough to pay attention to what he's saying. It's like if I specifically were to do this story, I know that there's a lot of people who would actually stop and pay attention to it, because over the years I've built a rapport with my followers, with my community, for you know, trusting me and trusting my work, trusting what I'm writing, and that's really important. I have a platform, so I should be using this platform to raise awareness to, hey, my friends are, you know, kind of suffering because all of you expect them to just, you know, learn how to bang, but that's not that simple. And Shadow says, I feel the same. I rarely want help for something, and you always avoid exposing your true feelings by saying, yeah, I'm doing good. And Non-Binary says, that's when you ask, how are you? And they say, not good. You reply, do you want to talk about it? Yeah, usually that's the best way to go about it. It's like, you know, give the person the option of engaging with that if they want. I think that people should have the right of saying, I'm not good, but I also don't want to talk about it. I just want to be honest with you about how I'm feeling. Because if you start saying like, I'm good when you're not, you start lying, and lying becomes easier the more you do it, like any other skill. And if there's one thing you don't want to do, is to become good at ignoring your feelings or letting other people know, quote unquote, that your feelings don't matter. Because they do. They absolutely do. How was this river placed again? Backwards, forwards, I don't even know. Oh, arrows, why do you have to be so weird? Why did I give you like a hip quiver? What the hell's wrong with me? Oh no. I can't wait for the what the hell's it called? The medieval arms experts to come and say, oh, you know, just as a tip, maybe whenever you're having characters with swords drawn, you should do this or that, and blah blah blah. Like, okay, good, thanks. Like, I posted one of the pages in which, like, there's a bunch of archers, and the guard leader just goes and says fire, and then they're like, heads up, it wouldn't make sense for them to say fire because it's not a firearm. Instead, they would say, you guessed it, shoot. So maybe change that. I'm like, thanks. Oh, thanks. Great. Amazing. I mean, I do appreciate it, but they also said in a sort of facetious way, like, does it really matters? There's a whole scene going on. There's a chase scene. Tiger Boy is about to get pummeled by arrows because there's a lot of arrows going his way, and all you care about is the wording. Ugh. And Shadow says, I always had this thing in you that you will help yourself because you like learning and doing things on your own. Yeah, it's good. It's important for you to, you know, remember that you matter. Because sometimes it's easy to forget that you matter, and then when you do, you start to not pay attention to you and your needs, and then that's when you start to really slip into the slippery slope that is depression. So it is good to think about yourself. Which reminds me, like, a few months ago I was talking to my sister about some things here and there, and there was this one day in which I got up, went to the bakery, got some bread, came back home with bread, which I bought for my mom, so I delivered it to her. So like, here, mom, some bread for you. And then I got some of the bread that I bought and brought it back here for me. And bringing it back, I had to like go by my sister that was sleeping in the living room, and I didn't bring her any bread. And then later on, she was like, "Why didn't you bring me any bread?" I'm like, "I don't know. You were sleeping when I left, when I came in, so I didn't think to bring you bread. Also, it's early, so I don't know. And also, the bread's already bought. Just go upstairs and get it from mom." In any case, it's like the hardest thing would be to go to the bakery and get the bread. Now that the bread is at home, like in the same terrain, in the same lot, just not the same house, but like paces away. It's like super easy to get the bread now. The hardest part is done. All you have to do is go and say hi to mom, see her. But in any case, later on, my sister used that as ammunition against me as, "Why are you such an asshole? Why did you do that? Did you know you're very selfish?" And I said, "Yes, I do know I'm very selfish." She was like, "Wait, what?" She was like absolutely flabbergasted that I admitted to being selfish. And she said, "No, wait, hold on. I want to understand, why do you think you're selfish?" And it's like, I'm not, by the way. But I had to explain to her that I am not forced, not held by any obligation to think about everyone else every other time. I am allowed to sometimes just think about me. And it's like, when you have to justify that, that's when you realize that, okay, maybe there's something wrong in our dynamic here. In any case, sometimes you do have to be selfish, because if you aren't, people will step over you, and that's not ever good. Even if you're into that, don't let people do that all the time. And Dalfacan says, "Foi mal pelo inglês ruim, sem problemas." Se você quiser só comentar em português também, pode ficar à vontade. And Non-Binary says, "Oh, you also do the coloring?" I actually do everything. I write the comic, I illustrate it, do the line arts, do the coloring, I do everything by myself. The only things I don't do, and it's because I cannot, is do the proofreading. I do the comic, and when it's ready, I usually show the finished page to some friends, and these friends, or patron, and these people will read the page first, and they will let me know if there's any grammatical errors going on. So like, truly only has 1 or 2 L's. I never remember which is which. They say, when you wrote truly here, you wrote it wrong. So this is how it goes. I'm thanks. Or like, the punctuation here is actually not correct. You should switch it around and about. I'm like, cool, great, thanks for letting me know. As it turns out, English is not my first language, so I do need a little bit of help with that every now and then. And that's what these friends do. Other than that, I do everything else in the comic. In the comics that I do, that is. But also, Shadow, you're amazing too. Because if it wasn't for the people like you who actually read my comic and, the effort to go through them, read them, and enjoy them, all of my work is in vain. Because in the end, I am not doing this comic for me. I'm doing it for people like you and everyone else to read them. So, there you go. You're amazing. And keep up your amazingness. But also thank you. Also, it's 3:30 in the morning here. My goodness. I said I was going up until 4-ish in the morning. Maybe 5. But I don't think I'll be going that late for a bunch of reasons. First is I'm hungry, second is I'm sleepy, and third is my wrist is hurting a bit. I decided to take off the brace that I was wearing, because it was a bit too tight and I've been wearing it all day. And you can quite feel the pain coming back quite fast after you do that. So I think I'm just going to try and do these last panels with Rags and Elion. Just draw them a few times more, which is good because I'm so familiar with these characters that I'm able to draw them fast, unlike the Orc and the Hobgoblin from the last page. I've never drawn them before because they're new characters that appeared for the first time now. So I was still trying to figure them out. But since I know Rags and Elion well enough, having drawn them so many times, it's a little bit easier to get this sketch out of the way. And also there's this other thing in art called warming up. And also in literally any exercise ever. Before you actually start doing the thing that you do, especially art, it is interesting for you to go and do a random drawing just because. Warm up sketch before I actually move on to sketching proper. That helps. Shadow says I'm so hungry and thirsty right now, but you don't want to miss anything. I mean, like it or not, this stream is being recorded because I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Picardo all at the same time. Twitch is going to save this stream for a few weeks. Picardo is going to delete it immediately, but YouTube will keep it as a video on demand for ever. So you can check it out from there. Both of those places. Twitch and YouTube. Except that, of course, if you're watching on Twitch for the few weeks that it remains there as a video on demand, you can also watch the chat replay. That is, if you're interested in seeing all of the discussions you missed previously. There wasn't much though, just a few things here and there. Some conversation about Scooby-Doo and Jabberjaw, which you might know as Tutubarão. Although I don't know if you know it because of how young you are. Younger than me you are. And I will get me something to eat and rest shortly. So don't sweat it. And see, this is where my music selection gets iffy. Is what with me getting putting Persona music songs, because in theory Persona songs are only not copyrighted because they use the Japanese copyright, which works differently from the Western copyright, which means that in theory YouTube cannot DMCA your video immediately, or you know, take it down or whatever if you're using Persona songs. However, if Atlus sees that you're using their songs on a video, they can say, hey, YouTube, take this video down, I don't like that my song is being used here. And YouTube can just go and do that, and you get absolutely no say on that matter. Which is similar to the game, the video game soundtrack. The video game soundtrack, if the studio, the composer who made the songs, the music, comes and says, hey, I don't like that you're using my songs in your video, take it down, you have to take it down, or YouTube takes it down for you, rather. You don't even get a choice in that, a say in the matter. But they don't do it because I think they want the free publicity of like, people will now come and see this game because they saw the song in a random YouTube video. Now they want more. As for Atlus, it's just that they don't know. I don't think. Shadow says, I remember it, a few things. I used to get up very early to watch cartoons, and usually at the time old cartoons would play out. Oh, nice. I was talking about Jabberjaw because someone was talking about writing and so, and I was like, oh yeah, sure. Here's some tips on writing, and I was talking about some things. So that's when I was watching Scooby-Doo. I think that, yeah, aboutish that time is when I stopped watching TV and cartoons altogether. Was when I started to get on the internet and realize that, hey, if I want to watch stuff, I can just see them online. Then I stopped following the TVs, and everything's been downhill ever since then. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. I remember a lot about 2004 even though you were young. I don't. I was like, what, 10? Turning 11 in 2004? I was in 5th grade, and 5th grade is the time in my life I remembered least, initially, of my childhood at least. Because I have no like good fun memories of that time. It was the time in which both of my parents were working, so I couldn't really... There wasn't much else going on at home. In school, my friends, they were in different classes, and they made friends of their own in their own classes. So I was like, cool, I'm here with all my friends. And I sure had made another friend in the class that I was in, but it wasn't the same. So it was overall like just the worst time. Actually, I don't remember much about school altogether. Like, fifth grade and onwards, I remember next to nothing. All I know, it was miserable, and I wanted it to end. And then when it ended and I got into high school, it was even more miserable, and I wanted to end even harder. And when it ended, I was like, oh no, now I'm an adult. And worst of all, I'm a furry. Oh no, what do I do? Also, that's probably like some interesting insight into my early life, is that when I was in high school, I was like, oh boy, I know for a fact that I like boys, and it's something I want to tell someone, because, like, you know, it's both a big part of you, it's also a realization about you, something that you want to be able to put into words for other people, but it's like, none of my friends are, you know, gonna be cool with that. Who do I talk about this to? Whom do I share this with? And like, you know, with furries, I was like, oh, sure, whatever. You do you. I'm like, oh, awesome. They don't care, or rather, they're not bothered by it. Yay! Furries. Awesome. Oh man. My last year of high school was 2010. That was a whole universe ago. We were so young and naive. We thought the world would be a good place. We thought cars would be flying in the next few years. We thought so many things. But then the Russians attacked. Shadow, you could spend all day talking about your past with so much you remember, and it even feels weird sometimes when you met people from said past and you're the only one that remembers stuff. And you figure you were into boys, and you were 5. I mean, yeah, I figured at an earlier age too, but like not that early. And even then, I was like, mostly hoping that, oh no, maybe it's something that will go away. But no, it didn't. It stayed with me. But until today you keep it a secret because your family isn't fond of gays. Oh no. But what if you're not gay, you just happen to be someone that likes boys? Like, I'm not gay, I'm just a boy who likes other boys. That's not gay. That's being narcissistic. I like people who have something in common with me. I'm a boy, I have a peen, and other boys have peens as well. That's what we have in common. That's why I like them more. You know. Worst case scenario, you get accused of being sexist because, like, oh no, you don't like girls? Oh, you sexist. Like, no, that's... Wait. This backfired horribly. Shadow, you don't really consider yourself gay. Why is that? Pray tell. Why don't you consider yourself a lover of the boys? As you clearly are. And also, hello there, little doodle devil. Hi. Good evening. How's it be going? Sorry, I meant to say, how is it going? I keep forgetting that how's it be going is something that I say among my friends, and it's an inside joke at this point, but people outside of our friend circle will have absolutely no idea what that is, or rather why I'm speaking such broken English. Little Doodle Devil says, wanna hear something? I don't know, is it something that will make me upset? Because if so, I don't. Don't wanna be upset. I'm already very upset because of a lot of other things. Well, if you will not make me upset, then... sure. What fun things do you have to share? And Shadow says, I can't really figure a way to put into words, but you kinda got tired of how some things work on society and decided, I'll be nothing to them, you'll be yourself. Ah, so you'll be an artist. Like me. Oh no. Because, like, that's kinda how I got my whole gripe. Like, I'm going to do art because I like it, and then I started doing art because I liked it. It wasn't until much later that I realized that doing art, is the only thing that actually kept me sane, and delayed my inevitable anxiety attack / panic attack / anxiety crisis until much later in life. But I was like, oh no, art is not a real job. I need to find out an actual job. So I had jobs in the past, and I hated every single one of them. And I realized, you know what? The corporate world is bullshit. Why am I seeking a job? I can make money doing commissions or whatever. So I abandoned the world of jobbing and started RTing, and now I'm here. A Little Doodle Devil says, I'm going around streams just drawing and animating people, and you took an interest in me. Oh, thank you. So you're planning on either drawing me or animating me? I mean, that would be dope. And I would be super into that. Thank you, by the way. Also, welcome to the stream. I honestly cannot recall if I asked this, but how are you doing? How have you been doing? And Shadow says, you feel the same. I just want to do your things and making a living out of it. And that's pretty much my whole vibe, is like, you know what? This whole corporate world makes no sense. None of this is real anyways. All of us are gonna die, so why can't I live doing art instead of going to engineering school and learning how to do physics and math and whatever? And once I realized that and I learned how to make money out of my art, I was like, oh boy, I'm free. All I had to do was sell my sell my soul to gay Satan. Like, you don't need to work so long as you draw porn. I was like, oh no. Alright, I guess I'll do that. Buy me a few years of freedom from the corporate nonsense that is this world. And, I mean, my works were weird. One was really good because it was an internship at an IT tech support place, and it was super chill job. I was already super great at it. I knew how to do everything I needed to do pretty much. I just did not know how to operate the server, but it's like, I don't need to know that. I'm just an intern. And the hours were great, the pay was great, everything was great. It was like a dream job, so to speak. I'm like, man, this is awesome. I really lucked out on this. And whenever I told anyone about that job of mine, everyone was like, damn, that's a good job. I wish I had that job. I'm like, I lucked out. But then it had a bunch of problems. The first is that, you know, ideally to be doing an internship, you need to be enrolled in a college, which I wasn't. I got in by lying. I'm like, oh no. How do I solve this conundrum? So in the end, I actually managed to get into college to remain in my work, and then I was like, you know what? I actually don't like college. I don't like IT. I figure I'm good at doing hardware stuff, but I don't like it, so I'm out. So I abandoned that job. Then I got into a job as a teacher, teaching English and all kinds of things, like a small technique course thing place. I was teaching like basic stuff. Actually, taught everything except for English. I taught like graphical design, web design. I taught Word, well, the Microsoft Office package, as they call it. I was doing a lot of teaching of a lot of stuff. Surprisingly enough, my favorite class ever was this class in which my job was to teach the basics of informatics to this computers, I guess. To like a 60, 70 something year old woman who has never used a computer before. She wanted to learn how to computer. I'm like, all right, let's get into it. Took me a whole full hour class to teach her What is a mouse and how to operate a mouse? I was like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing and what I'm witnessing. This person is actually taking a whole hour to learn the concept of a mouse that moves a cursor on the screen. That's crazy. But that was my favorite class ever because this lady was super interested in learning. She was like absolutely doing her hardest to concentrate and understand, and in the end of the class she got it. She understood what is a mouse and what it does and how it interacts with the computer. She actually praised me to the school after the class was over. She was like, I really liked that teacher. I actually learned about computers. I had a great time. And it was my favorite class, just seeing this person earnestly wanting to learn and not letting, this devil technology limit them. It was so amazing, so inspiring. It was great. But then there was a classroom of like youngsters, teenagers, like kids around 10 and 13, which were like, I already use the internet. I know how to use a computer. I don't need this class. So they were like absolute goblins. And I hated the ever-living shit out of them. I wanted to throw them, like, to grab them by their shirts and throw them out the windows, but the windows had bars, so I couldn't. Otherwise, they would bounce off the windows and break the computers in the laboratory. So I couldn't do that, and I was like, ugh, so frustrated. And it was when I realized that I physically want to hurt these children that I learned that I realized that maybe I shouldn't be working in teaching. Maybe I should, do something else with my life. So I got a data entry job, and I was like, I'm actually good at this, like really good at data entry. I can do this easily, quickly, nimbly. I'm better than everyone else in this company at doing this. But then, of course, my boss would lie to me and say, hey, you're really good. I like the work that you're doing. This is a temporary job, but once we're done, I'm going to find some other job to put you in that so you can keep working here because I really like how quickly you work, how well you work, and yada yada yada. I'm like, oh, okay, alright, fine. And then once the temporary period was over, he was like, okay, so I'm hiring to like be here permanently. You, and everyone else go away. And I was amongst the persons of go away. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Did he lie to me? Why would he? And I was so cross. I was like, the people who got called to keep working there, like permanently stay there, were 3 persons. One person was a guy that was like such a shut-in that he never took his lunch breaks. Would stay in the office working during the lunch break. He would not take lunch breaks at all. And it's like, are you crazy? Of course the company loves him. He's a hamster in a spinning wheel. They love that kind of nonsense. He doesn't complain about anything. He does his job, and he works more than anything. And the other 2 guys that got hired to stay there were like absolute goblins as well. They were lousy at their job. They were not fast, they were not good. Their things came back with a lot of errors. The only 2 things they had is that they got into the job 2 months prior to me. So they had have had more time to, get some rapport with the boss. And every day that the boss went to lunch, they would go along with him. Every day they would have lunch with the boss. And it's like, oh, so you got your job through ass kissing. I see how it is in this company. They either want people who have no life or ass kissers. I understand the corporate world now. But also I was going through a very bad breakup during that time period in my life. So I moved back to my parents' house and I was like, oh no, I'm depressed. So I lost a lot of weight, and while I was down on my own luck doing absolutely nothing, I went back to doing comics, and then things clicked and I remained in the comicry business forever. It clicked again years later, but that first click was the click of I don't need to work a corporate job. Screw you, I'll do my comics in peace, you goblins. And Shadow says, I sure as dog don't want to work on boring stuff, which is pretty much everything. Oh yeah, data entry is like the absolute worst. I wanted to be... One thing I really wanted to do was like listen to podcasts or whatever while I was doing the data entry. But you need some concentration to make sure that you don't enter the data incorrectly. So you can't actually do anything, you just have to focus on data entry, which is the most boring shit ever. I almost fell asleep constantly at work because of how boring that was. So yeah, definitely don't. And time to learn to draw PP and get free. Yeah. Like it or not, that's the way of the artist nowadays. Little Do Level says, okay, I figured it out. I'm animating you. Oh my word. Do you have like a place where I can see your animations? Because now I'm curious though. To see what else you have done. Like if you have a link you can share, just put it out there and I'll take a look at it. I'm really curious now to see. You should know what to expect, more or less. Shadow says, I couldn't possibly be a teacher because everything clicks to you, and when people don't get it, you're always saying how it's obvious how it should work. Well, that's the thing. I do have I have a very easy time being a teacher. I'm good at teaching. Because I know how to explain stuff. I know how to reiterate stuff when people don't get it in other ways, and I'm good at teaching. So it actually works for me. The problem is that to be a teacher, you don't just have to be good at teaching, you also have to be good at not going crazy when the people that you're teaching actually don't want to learn. They're actively working against you. Because if the person wants to learn or like not disruptive, then I don't care. You're fine. But when it's like teenagers, oh, that's when you want to just, you know, commit crimes. Or at least I wanted to commit crimes. And I would have if I kept there. Shadow says, your aunt says you're just different and people don't really work like I do. That can be a thing too. I mean, it's entirely possible that you might be in the spectrum and haven't realized it yet. I know a lot of people who are. And didn't realize it until much later in life. Hey gosh, you love these eyes, thanks. Sometimes bad things happen, so wonderful things may shine like your art. Aww. That's a wholesome way of looking at it. I know, my goodness. Doodle Devil, these are wonderful. So cute. Such little rays of sunshine. Also, I shouldn't have stopped focusing on drawing, because now that I've stopped focusing on drawing, I remember that I inhabited physical body and this physical body hungers. Oh no. Shadow, you're the kind of guy that knows how something works, but you can't explain how. Like, you just know. That's how a lot of people work, honestly. Like, a lot of people don't really know how they know things. They just know that they know. But I'm a very introspective person. I spend a lot of time thinking. That has to do with anxiety. Thanks to my anxiety, I do spend a lot of time thinking. And when you do spend a lot of time thinking and reflecting on things, you start to see the inner workings of stuff. And, you know, just... there's a lot of ways in which you achieve this understanding of, I see now. And now I know how to put it into words, and not only put it into words, but explain to others. And also on the Picardo chat, hello there, Throat Spit. Good morning, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? And comic looking good. Thank you so very much. Glad you appreciate it. How are things going on with you over there? Also, I'm just gonna finish sketching this panel here, and probably I'm gonna be done for tonight. I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. That's a shitload of art to do. And Shadow says, I speak of experience, like I hate the bad things that happened to you, but you're so grateful it happened because you wouldn't be here today, and be you if they didn't. I mean, that's fair. There are some bad things that happened that I wished hadn't. Because they're like, you know, just less so because like, oh no, bad things, but more so because, oh no, other people got hurt as a result of this. And that's just the worst, is knowing like, oh no, something you did directly made someone else's life miserable. That's no fun. And also my own, but I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that I shouldn't have done it, and I went and did it anyways. Oh well. It would like another you. You might be tired. I mean, it is almost 4 in the morning for the both of us, so kinda about time for you to go and be a bed wolf instead of a awake wolf. But who am I to say? I'm not your father. I'm just a Doug. And Throat Spit, you're just hanging out. Glad you got to catch me at the end there. Well, I'm glad you got to catch me at the end too. I've been streaming for a hot minute. So hot, in fact. It's like, ugh, sizzling. this minute that's been going on. And it's been a fun time here. Talking to people, ranting about Scooby-Doo and Jabberjaw, about writing, about Final Fantasy, about life, which is kind of like the weird turn that all of my streams take eventually. Right? We just talk about life and stuff for hours and hours on end. It's crazy. And also, hello there, Hell Gabi. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh no. I can feel. This is weird. This is the worst. It's like fun. My stomach is rumbling because I'm hungry, but also I'm yawning because I'm sleepy. Like, no, body, make up your mind. Resist, gosh dang you. One of these days, I don't remember when it was. I was just unhinged because I went and said, you know what, screw this. I don't care about my well-being. Fuck it. And I was like, I stood awake for 30 hours drawing, like non-stop. 30 hours of drawing, quote-unquote drawing. I made several breaks to, eat and such, but it was kind of very solidly like 30 hours of staying up, doing art and such. Which is a thing I haven't. People are saying like, Doug, you're drinking too much energy drink. You shouldn't. Stop it. Oh no, you're gonna explode and die or whatever. I'm like, alright, I'll stop it. But I didn't. In fact, I doubled down. Instead of taking them by cans, I started taking them by bottles. But then I was like, you know what? I've been up for 30 hours and I felt my body twitching in ways I never felt it twitching before my whole life. So maybe I will not do that again. And ever since I have not touched energy drink again. Because like, I always had this weird thing with energy drink, which is like, oh, coffee doesn't actually keeps me awake that much. Like, it does a little bit, but it won't stop me from falling asleep. It will help me if I need energy to keep doing something. But if I'm like ready to sleep, coffee won't do anything to me. However, energy drink, it actually does work on me. It actually keeps me awake. So when I realized that, I was like, you know what? I can use this to my advantage. I can throw in some energy drink and keep working, and I did. I drank energy drink by the bottle and kept working, and then I was quivering, which isn't a word you should use when referring to your whole self, but that's what had become of me. And I was like, oh no, I think I've overdone it. But oh well. And hey, it's you, Kidron. Hi, hello. How's it going? Another wolf boy joins us. Another wolf boy joins the channel. Shadow says, same, coffee doesn't work on you. You tried energy drink to see if it would work, but it didn't either. Only your sheer willpower keeps you awake. You see, actually, I can stay awake through sheer willpower as well. That's kind of like a canine thing. However, I can stay awake, but I won't be functional. Like, I'll just be awake, but I won't be able to do much. energy drink actually allows me to stay awake and do stuff. But also, maybe the reason why it worked is because I drank like a couple bottles and then, or rather, I drink a couple cans and then I drink a whole bottle. So like, almost 3 whole liters of energy drink in a single day. Like, oh boy, I can work for hours. I can work forever. But also, if I do, my heart will burst. So maybe I shouldn't. So I didn't. After that whole debacle of, yeah, let's stay 30 hours awake, thanks to the power of energy drink, I didn't do that again. But like, I learned that, yes, the energy drink will work on me, I just have to drink a lot. Like a unhealthy amount of it. Which is why I was doing like that. I was doing that consistently some weeks ago, and I realized that okay, if I do that once a week. I'm not going to be drinking every day, but also it's like the weird kind of quivering I get going on. It's not fun, and it's like, there's something to be said when you can physically feel yourself sick. Like, oh, I can actually feel myself not being well. Just because of how my body feels. It's like, usually you can't feel yourself. But there's something in the energy drink that allows you to feel yourself. In a way that is just not natural and or normal and or healthy. Or rather, I don't know that it isn't. I just know that I never felt like that in my whole life. And it felt odd. And not in a good way. So it's probably something I shouldn't do again. It's more of a gut feeling of, this can't possibly be good. So I'm not. Anyway, how are you doing today, Kidron? How have you been? How have your week been and all that nonsense? It's been a while since we last sport. As for me, I'm doing good. I'm just finishing up on these sketches, then I'm going to go get myself something to eat, and then I'm going to go to bed to sleep, because tomorrow is going to be a big long day. Lots of things are going to happen tomorrow, including me resting. I need rest because I have an injured wrist. It sucks. I hate it, but oh well. I'm learning the fragility of my own body as I approach this age. Ugh. And Shadow says good health. Good Doug, health comes in first place. That's a very similar situation you had with soda. You stopped drinking it a long time ago and you can't drink it anymore. It just tastes bad now. Which is good. You should drink more water. Same with me, I did stop drinking soda mostly just because I don't buy it anymore. It's not available near me, so I just don't. Hardly ever it's available and then I'll drink it, but other than that, I'm just like, you know what? I just don't. I just won't. And then I don't drink it. But it hasn't really started tasting different. I just don't drink it anymore, I guess. It still tastes very good because I love the sugar, so sugar will never stop tasting good for me, I guess. But yeah, I get there's a lot of stuff that I used to drink a lot of that I stopped drinking, just because one day I was like, you know what, I don't want to anymore, and I kind of stopped. Like coffee, soda, and water. Water, actually, I don't drink water because I forget. I have a bottle right next to me. I just forget that it's there. Because I don't really have a habit of drinking things. I never had a habit of drinking things. I only drink them because they're available. And because they taste good. So if I remove the availability, I get focused on other things and I forget to drink it. Even the energy drink, like I have the bottle right next to me and I only drink it because I start to feel like I'm going to be tired, I should drink. And then I go and take a sip. But otherwise I completely even forget it's there. I guess it's also a canine thing, I don't have object permanence. I'm like, oh no, it's not in my vision, it doesn't exist anymore, oh no. Which is 100% my excuse for everything. Kidron says, you're good, but kinda tired, too much work and stuff, but you're good, and you just sleep earlier too, to be honest. You spend too much time awake. Yeah, that's not good for you. That's how you end up like me, bald. You don't want to end up bald. Take good care of yourself, mister. Also, I'm kinda wondering how long it'll take before people realize. By the way, those of you who are here, shush your mouth holes about this, but I wonder how long it'll take everyone else to realize that Elion is left-handed. By the way, Elion is this elf guy here who's losing an arrow. I was all like, you know what? He wears a tunic, he mostly wears green. He's left-handed. His Link is 100% Link. And I'm okay with that. There's some things I see in some comics that I really dig, which is when people draw really sharp eyebrows like this, like actual points. Because they do this in very like expressive and intense scenes, and it just makes me go like, oh boy, this is some big shit that's going down now. I love it. Shadow says, ah yes, 5 AM, the perfect time to sleep, except that it's 4. And this whole week I've been going to bed at like 5, 6-ish. I actually go to bed at like 5-ish, but then I stay awake in bed until 6, browsing my phone. No wonder I sleep like garbage. And Kidron says, well, your hair is falling apart a bit, so you're both stressed and not sleeping properly. You know, you should sleep, so... See, you didn't listen to me. This is what happened to you when you didn't listen. I hope you're happy with yourself now, young man. You will not have hair anymore, young man. I said, wear a wig now, young man. if you need wigs, there's a place you can go. They can give you all kinds of hairs and even an afro. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. And Shadow says, you're left-handed! Yes! All y'all left-handed people also need some representation in the media. In fact, this guy has so many similarities to Link that I can't wait for people to say, hey, isn't that Link? Later on when they get to learn more about this character, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dog, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, he looks a touch too sexy in this pose. I need to. Need to change that a little bit. Just a wee bit. Make him less sexy. I don't know. Oh, but I'm done. Hooray. My everything hurts. Whew. Alright. So, hi everyone, you've made it. Or at least I have made it. We've been into this stream for 7 hours now. Some of you have not been here for 7 hours, but I have. How's it going? I actually forget, but Twitch actually shows a little timer on the stream thing, so. I don't even need to say that, you all already know. Nonetheless, how have you guys been doing? And holding out? Those of you who are still there, that is. Shadow says 7 hour, let's go! Oh boy, can't. Can't, won't, shan't. And I'm kinda conflicted about going for a very silly reason. The playlist that I have built with 130 video game OST tracks is almost at the end. It's like there's 11 more tracks to go. So we would be done with this playlist so soon. And that would have been like just awesome. Like, oh man. Well, that also actually tells me that this playlist that I've built lasts for like 7.5 hours at least. So, because like 11 more songs would probably amount to 20 more minutes. In any case, it's good. I have a 7.5 hours playlist ready to just drop on you guys whenever I start the stream. I'll just need to shuffle it next time around. Shadow, you're quite tired yourself, but you did some progress on your RPG today. More things to check off your list. That's good. Doing progress is very good. But yeah. Okay, so I'm done. I'm not drawing anything else anymore today. Just need to point some things out. For page 15, the previous page, all of this is already done. All I have left to do is, you know, figure out chainmail and draw a few like skeleton boys here in the back. Probably just like draw armored standing bodies with like different skulls. And for this page I just need to draw these two random default boys and Garius here in the back, and draw a running fiery Skelly, and then I'm done. Also, and as much as I really like the Banner Saga songs, I need something to keep me up. Something more energetic. Less. So, as I was saying, I need to finish these two sketches, then I do the line art, and once the line art is done, I can move on with coloring and shading and doing all the other stuff. So I'll probably, not a promise, but I might be doing a stream again tomorrow to finish as much as I can of this, and then I'll be done. Because I have stuff going on tomorrow, which is also something I forgot to answer for you that you asked about, Shadow. My plans for tomorrow, they are plenty. First is finish off this, or as much of it as I can. Post the new comic page all over the internet, the new free page. What else was it that I was going to do? There's this soccer game tomorrow, which I should be mindful of because it's going to be loud. The neighbors are going to be blowing up all kinds of fireworks, and I need to keep that in mind. And then later in the evening, I'll be going out to visit my boyfriend and spend the remainder of the weekend with him. But I'll probably be leaving here at like 7 in the evening, almost 8. Actually, yeah, I'll have to plan myself well because I need to be by the connecting train station at around 8. So ideally I should leave here at 7:30, the earliest. Yeah, and also because I'll be carrying a gigantic ass case, a table. I'm going to transport a table in the subway. So yeah, that's a thing that's gonna happen. So I have that going on. Then I'll have what else was that? Yeah. Just carry the table in the subway. Try and get out of here at around 7:30 in the evening. So I might stream, I don't know, between whenever I wake up, which is probably noon, up to 6 in the afternoon. So probably just will see me finish up this sketch and do line art and color. And that's it. There won't be much time for anything else. In any case, this was it for today. Thank you guys so very much for watching and following and, you know, being here, sharing the evening, the night with me. I hope you all enjoyed this, and thank you so very much. I will catch you all on the flip side, by which I mean whenever, you know, we get to wake up and do this again. Lastly, just to do a little bit more advertising in case none of you guys got it. This is my comic that I'm doing. If you want to read it, I'm going to be posting it on Furfinity, Twitter, and my own website, douglas-kim.com. As you can see the link there on the screen right now. Or I'll be posting page 8 tomorrow, but then I'll be posting pages up to 16 also, but only on Patreon. Those, if you want to see, you have to go over to my Patreon, so at patreon.com/douglaskim. Support me over there. Then you get to see several pages ahead. Get all of the action, so that'll be fun. Furthermore, definitely follow me on Twitter. The link is down below, but otherwise it should be twitter.com/DouglasKim or DouglasKimS, one or the other, I'm not entirely sure. Or Douglas_KimS or Douglas_Kim. It's one of those. The link is down below. Whenever I do new art streams, I'll be announcing on Twitter, so yeah, definitely go over on the Twitters to check it out. Other than that, thank you all so very much for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye, everyone.